I could have everybody take their seat, we're going to get started. Welcome. I'm glad everybody could make it this morning. We have a great program and we have a very busy morning. Very quickly before we introduce our first speaker, who is Joel Gurin, our Bureau Chief for Consumer and Government Affairs, let's go around and introduce ourselves. I'm Deborah Berlin. I'm chairperson representing the National Consumers League. And to my left is Joel Gurin.
Hello, Chief of Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau.
And before we continue, let me remind everyone that when you are speaking, it probably won't be necessary as we go around the room, but in the course of the day, when you are speaking, you will have to remind those who are sitting in the booth back there that you want their attention to turn on the mic, so you need to raise your hand to be recognized to make sure that the mic is on. But Rick?
Hi, Rick Chesson with the National Cable and Telecommunications Association.
Hi, this is Joe Orozco here on behalf of Consumer Action and standing in for Ken McEldowney.
Welcome, Joe.
Good morning, I'm Mary Crespi. I'm with Verizon.
Good morning, I'm Fernando LaGuardia with Time Warner Cable.
And make sure you pull the mic towards you. If there's not a mic right in front of you, pull that towards you.
Good morning, Mia Martinez, Deputy Director for the National Asian American Coalition.
Welcome.
Olivia Wine, National Consumer Law Center.
Good morning, I'm Dorothy Watt.
Mark DeFalco with the Appalachian Regional Commission.
Clayton Lewis, Coleman Institute for Cognitive Disabilities.
Chris Baker with AARP's Public Policy Institute.
Lawrence Daniels, National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates.
National Association of Broadcasters, sitting in for Joel Oxley.
With T-Mobile.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Scott Bergman with CTIA, the Wireless Association.
Raja Kushnagar from Rochester Institute of Technology. Hello, I'm Claude Stout, and I'm with the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Consumer Advocacy Network.
I'm Steve Posios. I'm with the American Consumer Institute.
I'm Irene Leach, and I'm representing the Consumer Federation of America.
I'm Michael Scott with the Utility Consumers Action Network.
Good morning, Cecilia Garcia from the Benton Foundation.
Paul Schrader, American Foundation for the Blind.
And?
Oh, I'm next.
Yes.
Oh, I was typing. I'm Scott Marshall. I staff the committee.
Welcome, everyone, and a special welcome to Raja, your first meeting here, so thank you for joining us. Before we get started, I also wanted to thank Luisa Lanchetti from T-Mobile for sponsoring our meals today. Thank you very much. We very much appreciate breakfast and lunch, so thank you. Scott, do you want to mention a very special logistics this morning?
Okay, I'm live. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. The event to be announced at 10 a.m. unfortunately is a fire drill, but not to worry. We're covered. What we will do is exit out of this room, go back to the 12th Street lobby where you came into the building, go outside, turn left, and move toward Maryland Avenue, and that's where we're supposed to congregate during a building evacuation. Betty will have a few folks down to provide some assistance if necessary when we do this. Also, you just follow one of the FCC people with this kind of a badge. Presumably, they have all read the evacuation plan and will know where they're going. This will take about a half hour, 20 minutes to a half hour. We will be back here at 10:30 with a speaker not on the agenda, just for a couple minutes from OGC before we start talking about USF, the recent order, etc. at 11:20, thereabouts, 11:30, we'll move to the Technology Experience Center for their exhibit on accessible technology that's new this month. It's not what you saw last time. And at noon, we'll be back here for lunch, and working groups will start at 12:45. By the way, the working group locations are on your agenda, and you can always ask me, and we can get lost together because it's easy to get lost in this building. I think that's it for the moment. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. Paul, do you have a question?
I do. Paul Schrader with AFB. Just a logistics question. I see a nice folder with printed material here in front of me, and just a quick question on that. What is this material, and are we going paperless or not? And if we're not going paperless, if we're going to do print, we probably, in the spirit of true accessibility, need to have both print and Braille for those of us who are Braille readers.
Mm-hmm.
This is Scott, and you're absolutely right. You received everything electronically that's in that print folder, and unfortunately, given the fact that we did not have the agenda finalized in time, we could not get it to a Braille contractor in a timely manner, which means at least a week. And I apologize for that, and we will hope to do better next time.
Any other questions before we get started this morning? We do have a very full day, and I think a great program. We are so pleased with the speakers and the lineup that we have today, and Scott has done some great work internally here to get some wonderful FCC staff throughout the day to join us. And the first great speaker that we have, as I mentioned, is the Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau Chief, Joel Gurin, who is so supportive of the Consumer Advisory Committee. And we're looking forward to your remarks, Joel. You've been doing some great work, and we're anxious to hear about what you've been doing and what a little bit of a look ahead as well. So welcome.
Thanks. Thank you, Debbie, and thanks to all of you. Wonderful to see you all here, both from the first meeting and the conference call that I was able to participate in for some time. This is just clearly a very, very dynamic group that is wasting no time getting going, and I think that's terrific. Really appreciate the work you're all doing through the working groups, and it will be tremendously helpful to us as we go forward with our agenda. So let me just give you a quick overview of what's happening in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, CGB, and some of the things we have lined up, and I'll try to be fast enough that we have time at least for a couple questions if you have them. So CGB really has a dual role at the Commission. We have a number of initiatives that are pure consumer information and empowerment that we really lead and pursue. And we also consult with just about every other bureau and office in the agency on consumer aspects of their rulemakings and their issues. So, for example, we've been working, as some of you know, very closely with public safety on ensuring that the emergency alert system test goes well and is clearly communicated to people with disabilities, and I know you'll be hearing more about that today. In the recent USF order, we played a part through our Office of Native Affairs and Policy, which was very involved in helping to shape the pieces of that relate to improved access in tribal areas, and so on. So some of the things that we're doing from within the Bureau include a tremendous amount of work by the Disability Rights Office, which, as we continue to implement the the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, that's a very ambitious and I think really transformative set of rulemakings, that some of which we are leading, and in some cases we're working with other bureaus that are taking the lead in partnership. Our Intergovernmental Affairs Office is continuing to reach out to state and local governments. We're finding that this kind of two-way communication can be extremely important and extremely helpful. Just to give one example, the notice of proposed rulemaking that we issued recently on cramming drew heavily on complaint data from the states. We're now doing a series of webinars to really bring people in and continue that communication. Any suggestions you have on that would be welcome, but we're finding that that's more and more of an important channel for us and hopefully for states as well. We're continuing our outreach work with a phenomenal outreach division that does just about everything that involves reaching out to folks on the ground through whether it's workshops, field hearings, other kinds of events. They also played a role in the Accessibility Awards, and the Tech Center thing that you're going to see later today I think really is quite phenomenal because we really had just tremendous input from the developer community in terms of new ways to improve access for advanced communications. We also have a new web and print publishing division, which is still getting off the ground, but which is going to play a major role in how we communicate online. Our complaints handling division, we are looking, as I think I talked about last time, we're looking at some ways of really increasingly using information from consumer complaints as an important source of information and data about what's happening on the ground. And we have a very unusual opportunity, I think, in terms of how we work with consumers on complaint data, because unlike most federal agencies, we actually mediate for consumers, which means that if we get a complaint, we'll call the carrier and we'll discuss the issue with the carrier before anything happens. So I think we have a way of tracking complaints that is probably more accurate than agencies that simply record complaints from consumers without having that interface with the industry. So as we go forward and think about that, we really want to figure out ways to do that in a way that is transparent, helpful, and really allows for that kind of industry feedback into and response to the complaint process. I'm also finding I've had an opportunity to talk to several other agencies that are working on complaint handling, and this appears to be really a growing movement within government. So I think what we're beginning to see is that the voice of the consumer will become louder and clearer across government, and we think there are some ways we can make that happen that may be particularly valuable and particularly accurate. So then the other major area of our work, of course, is consumer policy. And there are a few things I'd like to highlight there. One is we're extremely pleased that we were able to work with CTIA and the industry and Consumers Union to help facilitate CTIA's adoption of rules on bill shock and bill shock alerts in the Code of Conduct. I mean, just tremendous kudos to CTIA, to the industry. We just feel this was a terrific collaboration. Our friends at Consumers Union, as we were talking about, Louisa, a minute ago, are dedicated to keeping us all honest, but I think in a good way and in a supportive way. And having, I can tell you as an alumnus of Consumers Union, who was there for quite a while, CU does not give its stamp of approval easily, at all. And having them brought in and having them get to a point where they could really say this is a good thing and we think industry is taking a good step here, very unusual for them, and I think really speaks to what an important and solid effort this is and what a good outcome it was. So we are ready to support that. What we will mostly be doing, I think, over the next several months is working on ways to increase consumer education and really help make people available through a centralized web portal on our own website, help make people available aware of the tools that are available to them from different carriers, and really continue to encourage this kind of tool for consumers to use. So that's one big area. Another big area for us is cramming. We issued our notice of proposed rulemaking on cramming in July, in parallel with work and some potential legislation coming out of Congress. And also in close collaboration with the Federal Trade Commission. If I had another half hour, I could tell you exactly what's under their jurisdiction and what's under ours. Since it took me about a week to figure it out, I could distill it down to a mere half hour, but actually I can probably do it in about a minute. The basic, just as a review, the basic jurisdictional breakdown is as follows. The Federal Trade Commission, so In cramming, there are two different kinds of actors. They're the third-party companies that create the inappropriate and unauthorized charges, and then there are the carriers on whose bills those charges appear. When the third-party crammer is providing a common carrier type service, like long distance, we can take action against those crammers directly, and our Enforcement Bureau did that to the tune of about $11 million in actions against 4 crammers which were purporting to provide long-distance services, even though these were services that consumers had not ordered, didn't need, didn't know about, and didn't use. Other than that, they were very valuable. So that was an action we could take. When a crammer is providing something like a horoscope or a psychic hotline or something completely unrelated to telecommunications service, that would tend to fall under the Federal Trade Commission. However, we do have jurisdiction under our truth in billing rules over the ways that fees are disclosed on bills. So our rulemaking is very much about the disclosure of third-party charges on landline bills, and we've asked the question about whether this should also be applied to wireless. And we also asked the question, because this is now an approach that some state legislatures are taking, we asked the question about whether third-party charges should be blocked automatically. And simply by asking that question and opening that up, for any of you who happen to have looked at the comments so far, we're getting some very, very strong comments, particularly from state attorneys general, saying, just stop this. Just stop this. So I cannot at all predict where this is going to go. We're still in the reply comment cycle, and replies will not be in until later this month. But we're certainly seeing tremendous interest in this, and I think really very broad acknowledgement that this has gotten to the point where it's a problem that really needs to be solved. It's hundreds of millions of dollars to consumers every year for services that are really not appropriate. We also think that there may be an opportunity for consumer education, and this may be one, I think, where both consumer groups and industry could get involved. One interesting point that was raised in a recent brown bag that we had with someone from the Senate Commerce Commission is that most consumers are completely unaware that if they reveal their phone number, a crammer can simply use that to place a charge on their bill. And the kind of phrase that came out of that was, you should treat your phone number like you treat your credit card number. I think the number of consumers who are aware of that is about 0. So we may have some real opportunities simply to do public education, because the kind of thing that appears to happen is, there are now lead generators that will just generate banks of phone numbers by doing things like, you go online, here's a pop-up, would you like to register to be in a raffle to win an iPad? Of course I would. Just give us your phone number, and there you go. So any thoughts you all have on that? I think that whatever happens in a regulatory way, whatever happens in terms of industry self-regulation, that kind of education would be extremely useful, and I think it's something we could all get together on. So we'd love to hear your ideas on that. And then finally, one other area that we've been working on very closely with NCTA and with others in the industry is broadband speed and performance, and we think this is another really good example of a great collaboration between the FCC and industry. Just tremendously appreciative of many, many long hours and long meetings in discussions of the right way to do this kind of assessment of broadband speed. Those talks are continuing. We have issued the first national test of broadband speed, and I think the bottom line, I think, was actually very positive in that it shows that, with a couple of exceptions here and there, by and large, consumers are getting the speeds that have been advertised. What now that opens up for us, I think, is really a possibility and an opportunity for some great consumer education about how do you choose broadband service, how do you figure out what speed you need, what performance characteristics are important to you, and we're continuing to work on that as well with our next meeting, I think in a week or so, 2 weeks, the 14th. So that's an overview of what we're up to. All of these issues that I've mentioned, I think, are very, very related to the kinds of expertise and interests you all bring. Certainly the working groups, I think, are very well structured to help us think through these issues, and just delighted that you're all here. Is Commissioner Clyburn here yet? No. If not, then why don't we take a minute or two, and if anybody has questions, anything you'd like to ask me, please do.
Paul? Yeah. I see Paul and then Lawrence. And also, if you could remember, it's helpful if you put your card up. I'm having a little trouble seeing folks around the rooms today because of our setup, but I'll try. Paul, Lawrence, Claude.
Thanks, Paul Schrader with AFP. Joel, I might have been spacing a little bit when you were talking about complaints. Can you say more about what's going on in that regard?
Sure. So our complaint handling system right now is very manually driven. What we have as a tremendous resource here, which is I think almost unique in the federal government, is we have more than 60 trained mediators who will take complaints from consumers, call the carriers when it's an issue that's under our jurisdiction, and really try to work out a solution if somebody feels they've been billed inappropriately or has some other kind of problem. Because the system is so manually driven, the way we are able to do very in-depth analyses of the types of complaints that we get, but right now that's a fairly labor-intensive process. We think there are some ways that we can use the web to make that an easier process, a smoother process, and have more real-time monitoring of exactly what are the issues that we're seeing out there in the consumer community. And this, I think in doing this, we will both have some things to learn and some things we can share with a number of other government agencies that are working on this issue as well in their own, areas.
Sounds like something this committee could be very helpful with.
Be very, very eager to have your input on that, because this is a very active area for us right now. And it's not, I want to emphasize, this is not in any way a real departure from what we've done in the past, because we have both done mediation and done trend analysis, but it's a way of making it faster and easier to implement. So.
Thank you. Lawrence?
Good morning. Joe, I'm glad to hear that the complaint process is you're having some focus there, and also on consumer education. State advocates oftentimes run into issues with not having jurisdiction over particular issues that the FCC has jurisdiction, and then when the consumer goes to the FCC, the state office kind of lose track of what's going on with the process. Is there a contact or a process where we could follow the complaint once we hand it off to the FCC, so that if the consumer calls us to find out what's going on, or they can call the FCC to know, is there a number that they can follow? And
sorry, no, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, and the second thing is consumer education. The example you gave out about giving out your telephone number, how that can actually expose you. That's something that consumers need to know. Are there FCC field offices that can coordinate with advocate offices to perhaps do joint education, or are there information packs that can be emailed to state offices to inform consumers?
So starting with that one first, we haven't thought about that, but it's certainly possible. I would ask you all to tell us if there is enough interest in that to merit our doing it, but if there is, I think we could certainly get to work on that. We've been thinking initially a little bit more about using the web for that purpose, largely because a lot of this illicit lead generation happens over the web, but we're open to whatever would be helpful. In terms of tracking complaints, that's an excellent question. I don't think we actually have that. It sounds like we don't have that mechanism set up. Let me talk to both our intergovernmental affairs people and the people who run the complaint system and see what we might be able to do. But that's a very good point to raise. Thanks.
I just want to add a comment here, which is this is an excellent opportunity. I think, Joel, one thing that I was going to ask at the beginning of your talk, but I think we're getting that, is how we can be helpful. So as Joel is talking, all of our working groups can think about perhaps ideas of what we can do to make recommendations to help with these issues. So
yeah, please. I mean, and that's. I hope this isn't just to keep you up to speed. This is really to invite you to help us on all of this. Yeah.
Let's see. I think Claude was next, and sorry, I can't see your call.
Clayton.
Clayton, thank you. Claude and then Clayton.
Hi, good morning. This is Claude Stout speaking with the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Consumer Advocacy Network. I wanted to commend you for the work on Angela's subject order. So some of you may not have background on that decision. The FCC decided the decision they made last week through network producers was that if they can't caption their programs due to high cost, then they could have a waiver. So whether it's a nonprofit or a profit or a large or small organization, they have to present to the FCC documentation that the cost of captioning is unaffordable to them, that they're not able to provide that. And that brings us back to following the first set of criteria, so that we're not setting up a second or third. We're back to the original set of criteria that we had. So again, I just want to thank the FCC for doing that and for their work in getting that established.
Great. Claude, thank you very much. And just a little additional background for people who are not familiar with the Angler's Order. This was a set of waivers that were granted to a number of stations, mostly religious broadcasters, several years ago, without really having gone through what should have been the best process for the FCC. So we're now really open, and the waivers were to allow them to not to follow what normally would have been the rules on closed captioning because of the burden on the stations. So we're still open to granting waivers where they're appropriate, but we're going back and looking at this again in a way that will really follow the correct process. And thank you, Claude. We know this was an important issue and one that we had to correct, and I'm glad we had a chance to do it. Thanks.
Thank you. I see that Commissioner Clyburn is here, so welcome. And I know that Joel has to leave. Clayton, I hate to do this to you, but I'm afraid we're going to have to move forward because we do have, usually we have a little flexibility in our schedule, but because we have this 10 o'clock looming fire drill, we do need to move forward with our agenda. So my apologies. Perhaps you can quickly catch Joel and give him your question, and maybe she will share it with the group later if you don't mind. My apologies.
And that would be fine. I have to get back to the 5th floor so then I can then leave the building appropriately.
Yes.
I have to lead my bureau out of the building. I have to be back there to do it.
Well, thank you very much, Joel.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate your time.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Great work you're all doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clyburn, want to come join us up here? We are so fortunate to have Commissioner Clyburn join us this morning. Thank you so much. And I think it was your staff that actually gave us the first notice of this fire drill, too. So thank you for that.
I hope we were supposed to do that. I hope that was.
Yeah, no, for preparing us.
Oh, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the FCC. Seeing all of you here gives me an inspirational bounce that will carry me through the rest of my day, and will it encourage me to continue looking out for the people who need it the most. This room is populated with thinkers, doers, and strong advocates, and our nation should be grateful. I truly am. We are coming to the end of a productive and groundbreaking year, and it is a privilege to have a part in such historic achievement. And guiding us every step of the way are the interests and viewpoints of the consumer. As an African-American Southerner, graduate of a state-supported school, and a woman, I approach the Commission's work from a set of perspectives that may not be historically common in this space, and my values and ideals are brought forth in my work. I am supported, encouraged, and made better by the excellent people who serve here, most notably my friend Joel Gurn. Joel and I think alike in many respects. He and I have worked well together, and I will never forget our great trip to the FCC's call center in Gettysburg. There I learned up close how we interact with the public and how our relationship with consumers is shared and shaped, as well as improved. Without the input of Americans, those tech-savvy and those who are not, we would not be able to craft rules that properly address the consumer experience. Led by the razor-sharp advocates at Washington's various public interest groups, this country's citizens have an open door into my office, and I rely upon them to help me understand how what we're doing affects the general public. I work with numerous entities to strengthen the conditions that became a part of the Comcast-NBCU merger and to enhance our open internet proceeding. I have had countless meetings on the implementations of the Communications and Video Accessibility Act, and I am proud of what we have accomplished in our first steps under that law. I am glad that this Commission takes very seriously its obligation to ensure that more than 50 million Americans who live with disabilities have the same level of access to advanced communication services that other Americans enjoy. Not only has our staff been doing a great job to implement the many aspects of the CVAA on the tight frame that Congress directed, we're going above and beyond those mandates to find other ways to spur the industry to do even more. One such initiative was a chairman's challenge to advance accessibility through applications and cloud computing technologies. I have no doubt that the outstanding companies and organizations that have joined this committee will come up with many creative ways that the FCC can do more in this area. On other matters, last month we passed a notice of proposed rulemaking that asks questions about how best to display broadcasters' public files online, which is a long time coming. And last week, the Commission took a momentous step in reforming the high-cost Universal Service Fund and Inter-Carrier Compensation System. You may have heard that. Reforms that we expect will benefit millions of unserved consumers. As you all know, we still need to reform the Lifeline and LinkUp program, and based on the Chairman's comments last week, I expect he will tee this up for the Commission's consideration before the end of the year. I fully expect that we will be considering a robust pilot program to address low-income broadband adoption needs in this forthcoming order. I also must mention the Bill Shock notice that we adopted, which has already led to a great result. CTIA announced last month that its membership agreed to add bill alert procedures to the Code of Conduct. These procedures would alert consumers when they are approaching usage levels that would cause them to incur higher fees for voice, text, and data services. If any of CTIA's members do not provide these procedures within a certain time frame, those members would not comply with CTIA's Code of Conduct. We should applaud such industry initiatives, but stay vigilant to ensure that this is sufficient to protect consumers. We also initiated a proceeding on what rules we should adopt to prevent cramming or the placing of fraudulent charges on consumer phone bills. Both the bill shock and cramming proceedings remain open. I am interested in what ways you have for the most effective ways to protect consumers from unwanted charges. If there are other problems that consumers are experiencing which we have not started to address, please let me and our staff know. Finally, I want to commend the Chairman on his Connect to Compete broadband adoption initiative, for which I am a strong supporter. Getting the internet and all the fruits of broadband into homes, libraries, classrooms, and anchor institutions is a staple of my mission here, and I will continue to work tirelessly at it. Partnering with organizations and entities that are already entrenched in communities is a great way to overcome this hurdle, and I commend the Chairman for his diligence. Again, it's great to see all of you, Debbie, and forgive me for showing preferences, especially Claude. It's good to see you, Claude. I love Claude. And let us keep working together to make this agency all it can be. And please come to see me whenever you can. Thank you very much. And again, good morning.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Does anyone have a quick question for the commissioner? Mitsu, do you want to, just grab the mic here. Sorry, we took your mic there. And just quickly identify yourself and raise your hand until they turn your mic on as well.
I think your mic is on.
I think it's on, yes. Thank you. Mitzi Herrera from Montgomery County, Cable and Broadband Office. Thank you for coming to see us.
Good to see you.
I appreciate all the conversations that we've been having about broadband adoption. Just two quick things I wanted to mention. One is that on the Comcast deployment, we still have not, at the local level, received any numbers from them in terms of the number of kids that they have done outreach to, the number of families who have signed up for the program, and the number of families who have been ruled ineligible because they had Comcast service within the last 90 days. Okay. I know that Comcast has got some, they rolled out this program very quickly and they are working on it. There has been some not clear information as to which vendors they are using, but certainly, and then they also have some discussion about whether they're going to provide those at the local or the national level, but those are very important for us to actually measure the success and the effectiveness of the program and whether that's something that can be replicated. So anything that your office and particularly the FCC can do in terms of enforcement of that order and actually collecting data or requiring that and sharing that with the local counterparts would be very useful.
I appreciate that, and I think we have an engagement coming up within the next 45 days. I will bring that forth.
Great. And then the other last thing is I really appreciate your comments that you're saying about the program that the FCC has launched and working with local government, their local partners on the broadband adoption issue. One thing that I would just carry forth from you is that a lot of the folks that I work with, their critique of a lot of federal programs is that in the rush to try to make them nationwide, they tend to partner with people who have a thin presence in many states, and they ignore very robust programs that are limited to a specific state or region or city or collection of folks, and anything that you can do to help ensure that that sort of general federal and really working with those local, because in a lot of those places to get to that 100 million, there are a lot of very good programs, and everything that you've got talking about community anchor institutions, schools, libraries, community centers, local governments as true partners. It really means that when those programs come out, that some attention has really got to be paid to how are we connecting with those individual local programs.
I appreciate, as a former entrepreneur, I appreciate you bringing that forward. You know, oftentimes, and again, when we, and when I say we collectively as a federal government, when we look at these things, you're looking at scale and scope, you know, efficiencies, and of course that makes sense, especially when you're, responsible for the, public dollars. But you are right that sometimes in that quest, there are some very interesting niche. In terms of companies and in terms of things that are going on in targeted communities that that may not be used or utilized to their fullest potential. So hopefully, I'm hoping you putting that out there and reinforcing that will help others to where there may be deficiencies right now, encouraging them to partner with these, to outsource and to engage if they didn't get the initial contract. So thank you. I really appreciate that. That's important to put forth.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to thank you myself for everything you've done in terms of broadband adoption and keeping the focus on getting everyone to adopt broadband, the low-income consumers and minorities, and it's just great, everything that you've done. So thank you very much.
I think the last time we saw each other, we were speaking about a senior initiative, and you could probably tell that I'm getting more sensitive to issues of seniors. I think I qualify for a certain organization in a few months. I'm not just trying to get, a birthday gift, but it's March 22nd, just in case you're interested. And so that'll be a grand day for all of us. Now, be a member of an organization that you care about officially.
And Chris Baker from
Chris,
AARP is
all right.
here, so he
Do you have the application? I've gotten a lot of emails from you, so I know.
he can probably make that happen for
Thank
you.
Again, our office and doors are always open, but thank you so much for the engagement. You're not laughing about it. I'm really going to expect a gift from you if you were asked after it. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Appreciate it.
Okay. We have about 10 minutes, Scott. Shall we start with the...
Maybe if Barry can start.
Yeah.
We'll get that started, then bring it back.
I think we need to do that.
11:20.
Okay. We are going to stay on our agenda, and Barry, if you could... Oh, there you are, Barry, right straight across here. Start with the recommendations of the Media Working Group. Barry, unfortunately, has another hard commitment this afternoon, so we are going to start with the Media Working Group. And I didn't mention this morning, but the working groups we are very appropriately named. You have been working, so thank you for everything that all the working groups have been doing, and the Media Working Group has been very industrious and with Barry's leadership. So thank you so much, Barry, and if you would like to start.
Great. Deb, I'd like to thank you and Scott, of course, for your great support for the working group. I'll have to admit this is the first time I've ever opened for a fire drill. But it's not the first time people have left the room when I was speaking. Our working group has been very active. We had at least 4 conference calls, lots of email traffic back and forth, and we identified about 7 or 8 different issues that we'd like to address during this coming term, and there may be more. One of the issues, actually, we referred to broadband and USF. It was a matter involving a tribal priority for broadband wireless that Tracy Morris from Native Public Media had suggested, and I believe that's going to be discussed during the breakout session this afternoon. But the 2 recommendations that we're offering for you today, one involves the upcoming November 9th EAS test, and you'll see this draft recommendation in your packet. It addresses primarily the post-test assessment with a focus on consumer education of the public in general. And we listed also with people with hearing disabilities specifically. We also talked about the accessibility of the information that will be part of that test, with a focus on those with hearing disabilities. And the reason that there was a focus on hearing is that there's been an understanding that there may be some difficulties for those that simply see the material on the screen. That's something that I think a number of parties have recognized. So we offer this recommendation for your adoption. Certainly this takes, much of the wording is taken from the FCC's own documents, and we wanted to also recognize the traditional core interests of this Consumer Advisory Committee, which had been for the disabilities community. Now, it's my understanding that the test has been designed in a certain way, and one issue that's been raised by Dorothy Wald of the Helen Keller Institute is about the deaf-blind community. I'm not certain whether the AS test has been designed that way, but certainly it's something for consideration for future testing. Dorothy is here, and she'd like to say a few words.
This is Dorothy speaking. I have a concern about the deaf-blind community. We're a very diverse group of people with a variety of communication and with a variety of visual and hearing capabilities. Some of us can access communication through limited vision, maybe with caption, text and paging and things like that, with video relay service and video phones and things like that. Some of us who do not have the capability of accessing information that way unless we're using Braille. Some of us are totally deaf-blind, but we're independent and live alone in homes and things like that. We do not have access to getting information on an equal basis of other people who are deaf and have good vision, or people who are hearing and vision and have other disability. one of the issues we have is how some of these deafblind people who don't have the capability of accessing emergency warning, how to alert them that there's an emergency happening. And so that's one issue, is to let them know there's an emergency that's happening and go to their preferred communication system to find out what's going on. That's one issue. Another issue is how to alert them on what kind of media, where to get that information from, what's their preferred information that they prefer to get the information from. One of the people from my agency, his name is Babin, that's his nickname, he's working with the National Radio Company, I can't remember the exact name of that agency, to develop a Braille radio. This is good for people who read Braille, who have no capability of being able to see and hear, but can read Braille. They can go to the radio and read Braille captions. This will be available next year for them, and they don't, it's free. My understanding is free. They don't have to have internet access. That would be one way. But the main issue we come back to is how to alert deafblind people that there's an emergency. And I have some ideas about that. I don't want to take up time right now to discuss that, but I have some ideas on how we can do that. But again, I need to make sure that everyone in this room understands that any issues related to people with disability, to please remember that there are individuals out there who have both a hearing loss and a vision loss, and they may need some different kinds of accommodations. Thank you.
Can I just have a discussion about the process here, because we have a recommendation you're presenting. So what we need to do is to have a motion on that, and then we can have discussion. So that's how we should do the process. Motion, second, discussion, and then if anyone wants to amend it, we could, or a vote. But let's get let's get all those comments in a discussion. Okay. So
I will move that the recommendation be adopted.
And everybody has it in your packet, just to let everybody know, just in case anybody didn't identify it there. And it was also sent electronically as well. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, Julie seconds. Discussion? Further discussion, and thank you. Dorothy?
This is Dorothy speaking. I'd like to amend the motion to add issues related to deafblind people.
Can I just respond?
Yes.
Right now, this recommendation deals with the existing plan test. I think it's encouraging to find that there's going to be other technologies developed in the near future to aid the deafblind community. But I believe that the test right now, its current design, we should assess whether it's achieved that purpose. I think Dorothy's points are well taken, but I think that right now that the language currently in this recommendation, I think are geared to the existing test. Future testing may very well be expanded to incorporate soon-to-be-developed technologies to aid the deafblind community. I think we could indicate, perhaps among ourselves in the minutes, that we'd like to see, what could be done in the future to aid the deafblind community based upon technological advances. But I think we recommend the adoption of the language that's in there right now.
So there is an amendment on the floor.
Right.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Is there a second?
What is the amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Dorothy, your amendment? Let's.
Dorothy speaking. I would like to add in the motion, I've not really seen the motion, I've just seen the report from Barry, but I would like to add to the motion that we include the population of people who are deafblind in the assessment for this test.
Do I have actually, we need a second on the amendment first before discussions. Thank you, Scott. Paul seconds. Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment. I'm sorry, Irene, and then Mitsu.
It's looks to me as though we've got in the middle paragraph, it says, it deals with hearing disabilities, can we just amend that to hearing deaf, blind, I don't know exactly what words ought to be there. But if the two places there that it refers to hearing disabilities, if we could just expand those disabilities, it seems we might meet Dorothy's needs.
Can I just add one comment? I think Mr. Beers will better.
Or, excuse me, we can use the word dual sensory loss instead of deaf blind, whichever is more friendly.
Or dual sensory loss?
Dual sensory loss.
Can I offer a friendly amendment to the amendment?
Sure.
Sure. I mean, if everybody's comfortable with that, go ahead.
Friendly amendment, okay. Let's hear
Can
it.
I say, Mitsuko Herrera of Montgomery County, Maryland, if I could suggest in the second paragraph, in the middle, where it says people that these organizations that represent people with hearing disabilities be amended to say people with hearing and vision disabilities. And then in the third paragraph.
Oh, see, we were so involved we forgot about her. You've got it written down, so hold that thought. Hold that thought, everybody.
May I have your
Well, I'll take your seat. We'll get started. Well, that was a nice bit of fresh air. Little break in our schedule. We'll get back to the Media Working Group's recommendation in about an hour or so on our agenda. Before we go to the Tech Center, you'll see that on our agenda. So, meanwhile, we have someone who's not on our agenda, but who's just going to give us a brief overview of from the Office of the General Counsel, and that's Julie Veach. So, welcome, Julie. Thank you very much.
Good morning, and thanks to everyone for being here and participating in our little safety exercise there. I'm delighted to see some familiar faces. I've spent many years in the Wireline Bureau and have spoken to this group in other capacities, but I'm now with the General Counsel's office, and I just wanted to deliver a brief message and request. This meeting is occurring at a very exciting time here at the Commission. As you know, just last week, the Commission voted on some fundamental reforms to our universal service and intercarrier compensation programs. Under our normal rules, the regular practice is that there may not be any ex parte presentations or discussions around an order that has been voted but not yet released to the public. And our order has not yet been released to the public. There's an exception, happily, that applies to this group setting. Because this committee is a federal advisory committee, this meeting is open to the public, and because this wonderful group includes a diversity of viewpoints, presentations about things such as Lifeline, which is, of course, an important topic for this group, are permitted. But please limit your remarks to those that are made in the public forum here. Side presentations to Commission staff on Lifeline would not be permitted and would put our staff in a very awkward position if they were made. So please, as you discuss the Lifeline topic on your agenda today, please do limit any remarks to the public forum so they will be on the record and available to the public that has access to this meeting over the internet. Are there any questions about that? Yes.
Julie, Mark DeFalco, it's good to see you again.
And you.
Could you tell us when we might expect that the order will be released?
I don't have that exact date, but I can tell you that there are dozens of people in the building who are working on nothing but exactly that. We're trying to release it as quickly as possible, understanding that it's a long and complicated order with lots and lots of footnotes, and we're trying to make sure that we get all the details right. But I think it will be days or weeks, not months.
Does anyone else have any questions for Julie? Cecilia?
Thank you. I just have a very quick question in terms of our process here today. There are breakout sessions for working groups this afternoon. How does this affect what we discuss in our working groups?
Do the working groups include commission staff?
I think ours will.
Some do. And are the working group meetings open to the public?
No.
Yes. No?
No. They're not FACUS.
Oh.
No?
No, they're not open to the public.
Then I would ask that you please not discuss any topics, including Lifeline, that are related to the Commission's universal service and intercarrier compensation reforms of last week at the working group meetings.
With staff.
Correct. Correct. If you would prefer to exclude any commission staff, as well as anyone from our joint board on universal service who might be here, then among the working group that does not include commission staff or joint board members, your discussions would be fine.
Thank you, Julie. I'm very glad that you clarified all this. It's very helpful for us. I appreciate it. And we do have two presentations on USF this morning. The first, and Kim, if you want to slide over. The first is from, as you'll see on your agenda, is from Kim Scardino, who is going to talk about one aspect of USF. And she is the Deputy Bureau Chief in the Wireline Bureau, and she is working on some of the Lifeline issues. She's working on low-income issues, and she's going to talk to us about that. And then we're going to hear from the Bureau Chief, and she's going to tell us a little bit about last week's order. So we have an abundance of riches here this morning on USF, and we're so pleased to first welcome Kim to talk to us this morning. Thank you so much, Kim.
Thanks for having me. I'm actually the Deputy Division Chief. I wouldn't want anyone to think that I got a serious promotion in the last...
I gave you a promotion.
Yeah, you did. Anyway, it's so nice to see so many familiar faces. Joining me today are three members of the low-income team that are sitting back there, Jamie Suskin, Jonathan Lecter, and Garnet Hanley. Some of you have been in to meet with us about Lifeline, and what I thought I would do today is just give an update on a few things since Jamie actually gave a report at the August meeting. So as Julie mentioned, we're in the middle of the Lifeline reform and modernization proceeding, but two things I thought I would touch on. One is in June, June 21st, the Commission released an order relating to duplicative Lifeline claims, and the order clarifies that one person cannot receive more than one Lifeline subsidy, and also adopts a rule that after a notice period, if the subscriber does not choose one of the providers, that they must de-enroll that subscriber within 5 business days. That order actually set into motion a duplicate resolution process that's taking place in about a dozen states. We're actually in the final phase of that. Scott Bergman, who's on the committee here, has been instrumental in making that process work. The process itself was designed with the consumer in mind. We developed a process where USAC would identify subscribers that were receiving more than one Lifeline benefit. And then we developed a letter that would go from USAC to the subscriber, notifying them of their options, clarifying that they can only have one, and that they needed to make a selection or go with the default provider identified in the letter. After the letter's sent, it's followed up with a postcard and then a call to anyone that hasn't responded. And we've seen that the process has been it's going very well. The consumer seems to understand the correspondence that they've received from USAC. And it's been a real collaborative effort between USAC, the carriers that have been involved, FCC staff, as well as the carrier's vendor that they selected for the subscribers to call. We've also done a lot of consumer outreach. We've been running public service announcements in the states that have been impacted by this, and our hope is that we will continue with this process until we have more of a mechanized solution in place, like a database. So as far as the reform docket goes, we're in the final stretch of it. Just to review, in March, the Commission issued a notice of proposed rulemaking that incorporates the joint board recommendations on a number of issues, and as well as we saw a comment on about 25 issues to really update the program rules, because we've seen a lot of change in the marketplace. There's been a lot of interest in the Lifeline program, and we received in the comment period over 80 sets of comments. We've met with lots of parties. We felt like we needed to update the record on 4 discrete issues, so the Wireline Competition Bureau issued a public notice in August on 4 issues: the broadband pilot, the requirement of I call it the 1 per rule, link up, and verification. So the Commission announced last week that the goal is to get an order out by the end of the year, so that's what we're busy working on. There are a number of issues because Lifeline is a direct benefit to the subscriber. There are a number of consumer issues that we would really like input on, and I think this committee could be a great resource to us after we release the order. For example, one of the things that we would really appreciate input on is broadband adoption for low-income consumers. The chairman announced that as part of this this proceeding that we would be doing a broadband pilot for low-income subscribers. And so we would appreciate, after the order comes out, maybe this committee looking into some of those broadband adoption challenges to how to reach low-income subscribers. And I'd be more than happy to come back and brief this group on the order once it's released. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Cam. Are you able to take any questions from the group if they're related to what you spoke about, or as long as they don't go further?
Don't go into the substance of as Julie was talking about.
Perhaps anything directed towards how we can be helpful?
Sure.
Any questions in that direction? I think you've outlined some ways that we can, and we have 2 working groups that I think can be helpful in that regard. We have a broadband working group, and we have a universal service fund working group, and so both can take a look at those issues to see how we might be helpful.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Oh, I'm sorry. To my right, Mitsu, and I'll leave it to Kim as to whether or not she can respond to your question. So go.
I just have a question. Do you have any sense of the cost estimate if you were to provide dual Lifeline services so that people could qualify for both telephone subsidies and broadband subsidies?
I'm not sure I understand the question about.
I mean, as I understand the order as announced, people can opt to either have a Lifeline subsidy for broadband service or for telephone service, but not for both.
We haven't talked about that. Perhaps you're talking about the other proceeding, so
Yeah,
we shouldn't go into that. But we haven't discussed anything with the Lifeline docket with regard to that.
And that might be a question for Ms. Sharon Gillette. I don't know if she can respond to that, but that refers, I think, to last week's order of transitioning to broadband support.
Okay, my mistake.
No, that's okay. Well, great. Scott? Raise your hand so they can get your mic on there.
It's Scott Bergman from CTI, and I just wanted to say thank you to Kim and the FCC team who have been working on low income. As Kim mentioned, there's been an enormous effort over the last couple of months to try to make the program work more efficiently and yet to do it in a way that makes it as seamless as possible for consumers. And so we really appreciate the collaborative effort that the FCC team has led in working with states and with an industry and sort of all the stakeholders to make sure that process works well. So thanks again for that.
Oh yeah, I know Josh. Thank you, Scott. Raja, do you have your card up? He doesn't have a mic, however.
Yes. This is Raja speaking. I know that there are several deaf, low-income individuals who receive general broadband service. And I'm wondering if for video communication, that's what they receive the broadband service for. And so I'm wondering, for broadband or for telephone connections, what is the purpose and the distinction between those two? Meaning that they use the internet, but when they're using their video phones, is it considered? They don't use it for computer use. They use the video phones for communication. So is it considered for computer use, or is it considered as a phone, broadband or phone?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to answer that right now. There's another colleague of mine who's not here that handles the video relay service issues. So I'm just not an expert on that to respond.
Okay, thank you.
And one more question from Paul.
Hi, Paul Schrader with AFB. Just wondering, you talked about the notice provisions are a letter, a postcard, and a phone call. I wonder, are you tracking or trying to track whether that is in some ways excluding people with print disabilities who would only have a shot at one of those methods of communication? I'm not sure I have a better answer for you. I worry that we're going to be leaving people out inadvertently.
Actually, that's an interesting question. We have not encountered that issue yet in the process. So far, we've gotten very few, I'd say, people that said that they didn't get the letter or the postcard and were surprised the first time they got a phone call. We thought that the phone call was important in case some people weren't at their address or don't pay attention to their mail. But we haven't had that issue occur yet, but I mean, it's definitely something we can look into.
Yeah, I would reiterate the phone call certainly is important, and maybe we can try to work with our groups to see if people are experiencing issues with this as well.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you so much, Kim, for coming by. We look forward to having you at the next one, which probably will be after the order. And we'll do what we can to be helpful as well. So thanks so much. Josh, I see you're back there, so come on up. Hi. Right up here, Josh. We've got a mic waiting for you. We have a card which I think has the correct, hopefully has the correct title.
Hopefully it's close enough. It's fine. Thanks.
Josh Gottheimer, who's here to talk about Connect to Compete, a new broadband adoption initiative that the chairman has started here at the Commission for Broadband Adoption. Josh is senior counselor in the chairman's office. Have we got that one right?
That's good.
Okay.
How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Great. Thank you so much for coming.
My pleasure. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for all you're doing and for being here and for the work on this organization, which I think obviously keeps us honest. So thank you for coming out this morning. And I think there are a few. Are we showing slides? We had slides.
He has a PowerPoint, doesn't he?
It's okay if we don't.
It's in the document is in the packets.
Okay.
Did you?
Oh, good. As long as I just want to make sure. Folks.
Do we have to ask the
AV folks.
the AV folks?
That's
Do
okay.
we have?
I can do it. How about I can do it without it. It's fine. If you, as long as folks have received it, I'll give you.
Why don't you start? Everybody pull it out from your packet, and we'll see if we can also tee it up on the screen.
Oh, it's emailed.
I'm sorry, I've misspelled.
Yes,
yeah.
perfect.
That's something.
I'll tell you what. You know, no one really likes decks anyway. So why don't we work? Well, we won't use the deck. So, as many of you know, the chairman has and the commission has really focused heavily on broadband in all its forms since he has taken the chairmanship, since the Chairman Janikowski has come into his office. And obviously that topic of broadband is pretty wide-ranging. There are many pieces to it, as we saw in the National Broadband Plan, and many aspects of it that are essential to make sure that our country has the infrastructure that we need to continue to compete and win in the 21st century as a country, from skills down to consumers, skills and tools that consumers need, and of course that businesses, small and large, have to operate, and up to us being a global leader and making sure that our country is competitive and stays ahead of the pack. When you drill down, as the broadband plan National Broadband Plan made clear, when you drill down into it, we know some facts that are very important. One, that about 100 million Americans aren't connecting to broadband at home. As Sharon and her team led us to a very important milestone last week on about 18 million of those 100 million who can't get broadband even if they want it. That was with Universal Service and ICC reform was critical for the chairman to help that slice of the 100 million make sure those who want broadband at home eventually will be able to get it. Now, that leaves about 82 million Americans who could get broadband, could get high-speed internet, but aren't signing up. And so what the chairman challenged us to do, and a group of us across the agency, and it's a task force that I'm leading up, was to figure out what can we do to close that adoption gap of the other 82 million. Because as many of you I know believe, and many of your companies believe, and organizations believe, as I said, if we're going to stay competitive, we want to make sure people can get access to the best educational tools, that they can connect to friends and family, that we can make sure that whether you're looking for job training or searching for a job, whether you are connecting at home or with others around the world, it is critical to have, again, this broadband infrastructure at home. So we took that task on as a group and said, okay, this is not 82 million is not an easy number. How should we tackle it? Well, as we all know, the 82 million don't look alike. Very different backgrounds, different groups of folks across our country, and but there's a lot of data out there that helps us understand those 82 million. Pew and the team that worked on the National Broadband Plan all compiled information which taught us a few things. One, approximately 25 million Americans of that 82 are seniors, and we know that a lot of seniors aren't getting online. Two, we know that about 20 million are school lunch eligible children and their families. Three, we know there are about another 20 to 25 million who are poorer Americans, harder pressed Americans who don't have children. And so between those who have children and don't have children but are harder pressed, and we know, and lower income, we know that's about 45 million of the 80 plus million. So what struck us was, if we can figure out how to start there and do something to help that group, that would be a first move, because you can't do it all at once. We also said to ourselves, what steps could we do beyond that to take on the larger 100 million problem? So I'm going to talk in a minute about what we're doing for school lunch eligible families and lower income families, but I'm also want to take a step back and talk about what we're going to do for the broader population of those who are not adopting. So the Pew Research also taught us, besides who these folks are, taught us what are the reasons they're not adopting broadband. And so some of them were pretty intuitive. The the one that's most intuitive, of course, is cost, right? The cost of a device, like the many of you are using around this table, whether that's a laptop or a tablet. The second big obstacle is relevance. Or what's the value proposition for my life if I only have $10 left in my pocket, or $20 left in my pocket, or $30 left in my pocket? Why am I spending that for broadband? So how do we convince folks that you need it for a job skills, whether at any level? How do you convince folks that you need it to connect to your government? How do you convince folks that they need it to get the best education for their children, have the best educational tools to access online, or if you want to make sure a digital textbook works, as we get more and more into that space continues to grow, so that a child can have a digital textbook that works at home? How do we convince people that it's relevant? The third big obstacle, and again I said there are three big obstacles, cost and relevance. The third big obstacle is digital literacy. So there are just too many Americans out there, unfortunately, who don't have basic digital literacy skills, who, whether that's everything from using a mouse to attaching your resume or an application if you're applying for a job, or how to start and get an email account. Things that too many of us take for granted because we've been fortunate enough to have some help there to get those skills. So we looked at those three buckets, and again we understood that the place we wanted to start focusing on was lower income, especially children. And we said, okay, so how are we going to put this in order? Well, the first thing we announced about 3 weeks ago, that the chairman announced 3 weeks ago, was an effort for national digital literacy. Because we said we've got to take on digital literacy, and we can do that for all Americans, and not just, we don't have to slice that up and target. We can make digital literacy available to all Americans. How are we going to do that? So we talked to many the folks in the private sector and looked at what was available in the public sector, and here's what we came up with. One, America's public libraries, an enormous resource in this country that's to me, what I learned in this process is that libraries and librarians are the unsung heroes in many communities. And I heard on Jon Stewart, I think, or one of the day recently that they said, we still have libraries? Why? We should close those down. They were joking around, but half serious. And I found that pretty disturbing because people think libraries are just about, because they said, well, now that we can download books onto a tablet, why do we still have libraries? Well, 38%, according to Gates Foundation research, 38% of the 16,000 America's public libraries have basic digital literacy classes, in-person basic digital literacy classes. Because people go to their libraries for extra help. And if you go to an average public library now during the day, libraries have become job centers. They are packed with, all the computers are taken up with people looking for jobs, or posting their resumes, or getting extra job skills. Why are they doing that? Because there are not enough job centers otherwise, and they trust their libraries and feel more comfortable. And librarians are people they can turn to and say, I need a little extra help. Right? They trust their librarians, they trust their libraries, their community centers in many communities, large and small, many rural areas and suburban and urban areas. And as you might imagine, these classes, there tends to be more in the urban settings. 50% of America's urban public libraries have a basic digital literacy class. It's about 40% or 38%, I think, in suburban areas, and it's about 20 to 25% in the rural areas. So we said, what can we do to get that number up? So the chairman announced that he's beginning a process to start to look at, are there more financial resources we can give to America's public libraries to do more digital literacy classes? And also, what can we do to help? There are a lot of computer labs, as you know, in America's public schools, and about a year ago, the commission took action to allow schools who receive E-rate money to keep their school labs open after school, open to community members. We call them school spots. So shouldn't we allow these school spots to be open after school to do digital literacy classes? Again, basic digital literacy classes. So that's an important step. We want to get that number closer to 60% in the next few years of America's public libraries instead of 38%. It can make a big difference. The folks at Best Buy committed to offering, beginning in 20 cities and then going to a broader footprint, basic digital literacy classes. They're geeks. If any of you have been to a Best Buy, they have the Geek Squad. To put their geeks to work in the beginning of these cities to teach basic digital literacy, to pair up with community-based organizations and to teach basic digital literacy. Who better than the geeks to do it, right? They know how to, that's just what they do. And they're very excited about it. And the geeks are going to teach, I've offered to also teach others, including librarians and other community-based leaders, how to teach basic digital literacy. They've also made that commitment to do training, to train trainers. Again, trying anything to knock down this obstacle. Microsoft stepped up and said, listen, there are people in the country who will not be able to get to a basic digital literacy class, whether because of geography, because they have a disability, they're not able to leave home for a variety of reasons, family reasons. What do we do about that? We can't just leave those folks in the cold. So what they did was commit to building a digital literacy online portal with a bunch of videos and information that's very basic to walk somebody through the process of getting basic digital literacy skills. Or you could go to a library yourself, and if there's no in-person class, you can push a button and it'll take you through that class and try to, again, help you get these basic digital literacy skills. Very important step when you add these together, because we also brought in several community-based organizations like 4-H, Boys and Girls Club, Goodwill, Urban League, La Raza, a whole NAACP, a bevy of organizations that have wonderful connections and connectivity and availability on the ground. And they've also said, we're going to do more to get the word out, and in some cases to do our own classes. So we're really confident that in time we'll be able to have a national basic digital literacy offering for anybody in America to knock down that barrier. On the content side, I mentioned education and jobs and e-government. We made announcements starting on e-government and jobs. First on, I'll talk about jobs. Microsoft also, as part of their commitment to when you started by saying Connect to Compete. So Connect to Compete, I should just put a footnote here, is a new organization on the outside of government, a nonprofit that has started up to help execute all of these offerings and make sure that all these pieces come together. Because as we know, government has limited resources. There are limited dollars and bodies to do all this. And Connect to Compete, which is tied to One Economy, is going to help execute these offerings. So Microsoft, as part of these offerings on the job side, also said we want to help people get more advanced digital literacy. So there are those who have the basic skills, but don't know how to use Office. PowerPoint, Word, Excel. What if we could get them free classes there and get them those skills? Then we looked online. The chairman said, I've been to monster.com, and if you look, you realize that if you type in Office Certified or Office Certification, Microsoft Office Certification, you realize that there's a lot of jobs out there in many cities that aren't being filled because people have some digital skills but don't have more advanced, and if they had a little more, they could get these jobs. So this is where we had that conversation with Microsoft, and they said, so we'll offer starting in, I think it was 15 or 18 states, and then going nationwide, we'll work with our community partners and offer more advanced digital literacy to help get these folks jobs. Because if we get them those skills, we can close that skills gap that you read so much about these days online, the jobs gap, the skills gap. And then also, others came along, CareerBuilder.com came along and said, I think this is a good idea. We could do something also to help close these skills gap. What if we did a list, quarterly I believe, by region of the top 5 jobs online that are open, the top 5 areas, that if you had some more skills that you could get online, right? So if you watched videos, if you could get a certification that's available online, thanks to broadband that you need, right? If you had, this again goes back to our relevance, why it's important. If I could get those skills, gee, there's some jobs out there, and we could try to close that gap. And so CareerBuilder's doing that, and they're going one step further. For $1 a month, they're going to offer those courses for those top 5, either courses or certification that you could get to try to watch those courses and help close that skills gap. Again, trying to help people get jobs, because at the end of the day, I think everyone in government now should be waking up and thinking about what can we do to make sure we can be competitive and to get jobs for our citizens. And of course, on the longer term front, key to getting a job for our citizens is getting good education, and that's the other content piece I'll talk about. And there were others on the jobs front, and I can get around that literature, like Monster.com and others also made important commitments. On the education content side, Discovery Communications said, we're one of the biggest online providers of content to school systems, educational content to school systems. They have a program called Homework Helper, which schools pay a lot of money for, which gives extra tutoring and skills for people at home around every subject in the K through 12 space. Well, gee, what if we could give a portion of that for free to school lunch eligible families? And wouldn't that really help for people who may not be able to afford tutors or be able to get the extra help, or their parents are working and may not be home to help them? So they offered that to school lunch eligible families on the education front. And many others have come, since we've made that announcement, come forward and want to do more on education, and we'll announce that later. This still leaves another barrier on cost of the device and connectivity. I would say stay tuned for that. I don't want to give you all of the good stuff today because you never come back. And so I will say we're going to have exciting stuff coming on the cost side because on the device and the connectivity, it is the third big barrier that we have to do something about to close the 100 million adoption gap. I think it is clearly here a very exciting time on broadband adoption, both with USF to make sure people have it if they want it, USF reform, and then on the adoption side, the chairman is really pushing us to find ways to get everyone online so that we have infrastructure and that people can get it, that we encourage people to get it and see the benefits of broadband. Because the fact that a third of our country isn't online at home, when we know that the skills are so important, when we know that you have to get a job now at Target and Walmart, you have to apply online. At 80% of Fortune 500 companies, you have to apply online. And by the way, even at Target and Walmart, they have digital kiosks in their stores. But if you don't can't apply at home, for instance. But again, you have to have the digital literacy skills, the basic skills to do it. So we can't sit back as everyone's moving forward and let the digital divide grow. This is an economic issue. This is a civil rights issue. It's a competitiveness issue. We have to make sure that when 50% of minorities are not having access at home, we've got to make sure we do something to help folks and make sure that people have the tools they need to succeed and to be competitive, especially our children, the hardest pressed here, and make sure they have the skills, because if we get them those skills, we get the digital literacy skills to them, we get them connected, and they have access to that, the world is their oyster, as you all know, with what's available online. So that's what we're waking up every day to worry about, and we'll continue to do.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you for the chairman's commitment to this and the commission's commitment to this. It's great. We are running a little bit behind, but I'll take very short questions or comments, please. I see Irene, you have a quick question, and then Paul, and then Dorothy. And Clayton, you didn't get your question before, so we're going to make sure. Let's get Clayton first, because, remember your cards, too. So let's go to Clayton first. Thank you.
This is great stuff.
Clayton, raise your hand, make sure they have your mic on, and identify yourself. Thank you.
Clayton Lewis, Coleman Institute for Cognitive Disabilities. This is great stuff, and sounds like more great stuff coming on the cost front, which will be really important. Another gap component that was identified in the National Broadband Plan was people with disabilities. Yes. And I'd love to have your thoughts on what your thinking is about making technology more accessible for people in that category.
Well, I think as you've seen, whether it's on with a lot of action that's been taken lately from the Commission to which extends out of the recent legislation out of Congress, we all have an obligation to make sure the technology is compatible and available, and that that of course applies to broadband and technology related to broadband. I think we must, and this is an area where we all have to work together, and I would continue to love, and I know we have folks here who are working very hard on this issue, to get more input from groups like this about steps that we should be taking, about gaps that continue to exist, things that will not be filled by the legislation or the action out of the legislation. And so I really would welcome your input, and I'd love to have you, I'll give you my card, send me any areas that you think, steps that we could be taking that are easy ones, and others that may take a lot more work. I think we should all step up to that challenge.
Okay. Irene?
Irene Leach, Consumer Federation of America. I live in a very rural area, a mountainous area on top of that, and worry about those last people that are so expensive to get to and that are really hard to get to. In our community, we've raised money and opened a library recently, and you commented about jobs, but every time I go in there are young people in there working on homework. And so, but in that community, somebody has to drive them to the library. It's not a place you can walk to. Right. So it's not an end-all, be-all, but you may want to remember that is a way that children are learning as well.
You're exactly right, and I guess I started my thought but didn't finish it. It's a great point. That during the day, obviously when children are in school, they are job centers, and then after school, and I didn't finish my thought, after school, of course, they're places they go for homework. But we all know, and the library associations will tell you this too, that libraries can't be the be-all, end-all because they close.
Right.
Unfortunately, and especially in these hard economic times, more and more communities have to make them close earlier, and they're open fewer hours. And the chairman was recently, we were at a town recently, and a student came up and told us that they're literally riding their bike to the library at night and sitting and tapping into the Wi-Fi outside the door after the library closes. That's just not okay, which is why the library is a great complement or supplement, but not can't be a replacement and has for broadband at home. It's a great point, and there are needs. And on the computer front, if you go to a lot of librarians have told us that they have to limit time to 20 minutes a device. Because there's too many people waiting. Well, of course, you can't do your homework in that time, and for a lot of people who've been searching months to find a job, you're not going to find one in 20 minutes. Or if you're trying to get job skills and watch a video and get training, that's not happening in 20 minutes. One of the companies that made a commitment is offering resume helping, a resume helper, so you can send them a resume and they'll have an online interactive session with you, real time, to help you get feedback on what you should do for your application and your resume. But that doesn't happen in 20 minutes. So you're right. I mean, we need more computers, but we need connectivity at home. Thank you.
I have Paul. I have Louisa, Mia, and Mitsu, and we are going to. We're very much off schedule. I know.
That's my fault.
No, this is really. We didn't give you enough time. To be fair. Way too short amount of time for you to offer thoughts on a really important topic. So do you have a few more minutes to take questions? And Sharon, you're okay. So we'll have to stop with the names that I just mentioned in terms of questions. Let's see, where was I? Paul? Did I say Paul?
Yep.
Okay.
So Paul Schrader, American Foundation for the Blind. Two quick points. One on accessibility. One of the things you could certainly do, recognizing that these are voluntary efforts, but one area that's not covered under the Communications and Video Accessibility Act quite explicitly is content. But you certainly could be pushing, encouraging, and otherwise facilitating assurances from folks who participate in this program that the content and skill building efforts that they're taking are going to be made accessible for people with disabilities. Didn't hear you mention that, so that might be one very tangible step you could take. Okay. Second point, is measurement and benchmarking built into this effort so that you can actually see advantages that come from this effort? It would seem like that would make a very powerful case for further effort.
Well, great points and great questions, Paul. On the first point, about speaking to the companies and organizations involved who are on the content side. We will certainly bring that to our attention. And again, I think where appropriate, if it's okay, connect them to you or to others who think who can offer some assistance here. It's a great point. On the second issue of, your second question was about? The benchmark, yeah, benchmarks. Nicole Turner-Lee from the Joint Center is working with Connect to Compete. She and her team have been the leaders in some of the leaders in measurement around broadband and adoption programs. So she is setting up as we roll this out, and as Connect to Compete has about a 4 to 6 month planning period. They think they'll have the first pilots rolled out in the spring and be full nationwide in the fall. That the measurement piece is essential, and we all know that across the board, because we have to know what's working, what's not working, and make sure that we tweak accordingly, because it'd be a shame to exert a lot of resources and go the wrong way down the field. So yes, it's a great point, and we're doing that.
Let's see, where were we? Luisa, and then Mia, and then Mitsu. Luisa?
T-Mobile. I just have a very brief comment in both my professional and personal capacity, and that is to say this is an excellent initiative, vitally important. I wanted to briefly commend both the Commission and you personally for your efforts.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mia?
Hi, Mia Martinez with the National Asian American Coalition.
Hi, Mia.
I was just curious, of the 25 million low-income families, is the Commission making any efforts to reach out to the non-English speaking communities? And also, going beyond public libraries, is the Commission also looking into utilizing like a grassroots communities who can truly communicate with the very poor and underserved communities?
So, great question. One, as you know, this will not be solved out of Washington, right? So this has to, getting adoption up, especially around lower income and minority communities, is something that's won on the ground, right? It's won or lost on the ground. And so that's why BBOC, for instance, is involved with this effort, because, and yesterday I met with Wade Henderson, those of you who know him in the civil rights community, the leadership conference, he runs Leadership Conference on Civil Rights. We know that we have to get to as many organizations on the ground in communities who people trust and can get the information out in the appropriate language. And by the way, the organizations have largely committed doing this in Spanish as well to begin with, and then we'll expand to other languages as the resources are available. But I think the more resources, we'll see what happens in the first 4 months, the more resources that become available, which I believe more people will be excited about this and want to add more the number of languages will increase. We have to figure out ways with around those 25 million to connect with people and convince them that it's how important it is, not just to communicate with their own community, but to get ahead. And we know that is, and I just can't stress this enough, not a Washington-driven solution, but a on-the-ground, just like with DTV was an on-the-ground winner-loss proposition. Same here. I mean, there's no two ways about that. Thank you. And please let us know, again, I mean, we're working closely with BBOC and all the members, but let us know if there's something we should be doing, please. Thanks.
Great. Me too.
Josh, Mitsuko Herrera, Montgomery County, Maryland. I want to thank you very much. I remember when the chairman announced this at the cable show, and we're very excited to start to see this flesh out. So just a couple quick things, because I know we're short on time. The one thing I had mentioned, we will definitely contact you, and we're glad that you're open to receiving that input. We would ask that specifically, you mentioned all these local libraries. You mentioned the elementary schools. We have not seen anything where the national associations are willing to partner with organizations that are in specific communities, but they're not national based. But they have very robust programs there. I'll give you just one example on the digital economy. On their website, they've got statistics that they've served in 32 cities, they've got 6,000 youth, and they've got in 50 cities 50,000
households that have gotten low-income broadband. In just one example, St. Paul, Minnesota, they have a St. Paul Neighborhood Network has a community technology empowerment program where they use AmeriCorps volunteers. They see 4,500 people there a year. So there are lots of programs. I would say at the local level, we have not only how to apply for jobs online, how to apply for federal jobs online. There are lots of these programs out there. One of the things that the federal government can be doing, besides partnering with those local organizations and pushing Connect to Compete to partner with those individuals, is the resource sharing. You have digitalliteracy.gov. You don't have to reinvent the curriculum for each of these, encouraging people and having the chairman as a platform to put those kinds of very robust programs that are out there. You have the AmeriCorps program. You've already got on the performance measures. NTIA has a sustainable broadband adoption program which has a year's worth of data. They have specific performance measures. Using.
By the way, is we're working, of course, closely with NTIA and the digital literacy. Obviously, their portal is one that, of course, will be involved with this. And I would say on the local organizations, whether that's U.S. Conference of Mayors or NALEO and others, we've been meeting with a host of them and making sure that the local government piece is part of this. I should have mentioned that, but just so you know.
Okay, and which is great to hear. We're looking at this as a wrap it up. I will say, you've got the Census Bureau, which only measures right now whether you have a computer in the household, so that's another tool that you've got. And lastly, what I would say is we really look at this as a business driver, that encouraging more people for whom cost is not a problem, not access, it's relevance. Those programs that get them will get more money into the market, which will help fund these low income and accessibility programs. And to do that, you've got to have things that are more robust, and I encourage you to think outside the box. Targeting church and religious groups, to put your choir videos up on YouTube, getting people into social media, getting people excited about all the possibilities, not just going for the lowest things. Those are things that will encourage people to say, yeah, I'll spend $60 to $100 a month to get this service.
I think you're right on every front. So, and I think the church point's a great point as well, and one that if you have some good ideas around that, I also would really appreciate it.
I give a shameless plug that if you go next weekend, the Rainbow Push Coalition is having a symposium that's downtown. There. Great, and there's a lot of good ideas that you can get from there.
No. She gave a plug for
Thanks.
you. There you
go.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and also Jordan Usdan and Melissa Conway from our team are here. I saw them, and they've been terrific. So I just wanted to give them a shameless plug. But thank you all very much for having us today.
Thank you so much, Josh.
Thanks
Great.
for all your work.
Thanks. Thanks. We are moving forward, and next on our agenda, so don't anybody leave. We are going to, Barry, I know you have to leave, and we wanted to get through your recommendations. We are going to go right to those after Sharon speaks. So are you a little bit flexible on when you have your hard time?
Actually, if need be, I can be as flexible as required.
Well, we'll go right to you after Sharon's presentation. So. All right. Well, it's a pleasure, Sharon Gillette, to have you here this morning. Sharon is chief of the Wireline Competition Bureau, and she is the person to be here to share with us the order that was released last week on Universal Service Fund reform. Sharon hails from Massachusetts, most recently, where she, and I'm going here off the cuff, even though I have her bio in my folder here, but I've known Sharon for quite a while. She was actually a commissioner for the state of Massachusetts, a public service commissioner at one time, and also led the broadband, what was it called,
Massachusetts Broadband Institute.
Massachusetts Broadband Institute as well. So she comes to the commission with a tremendous resume of experience on the issues that she is now addressing here. So we are very fortunate to have her here at the commission, and very fortunate to have her this morning. So thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you so much, Deborah, and thank you to all of you for having me here. And I'm going to try not to read so fast that you can't understand me and not so slow that I destroy your tour of the Technology Experience Center, which is an amazing place. So, but I'm very glad to be here, especially with a couple of the questions on Kim's presentation. There's a lot of confusion around what we did last Thursday, so I wanted to, this is the opportunity to tell you what we actually did. Although it was an item that was focused on reforms to what is called the high cost portion of the Universal Service Fund, and the related inter-carrier compensation system, what we did is really first and foremost all about consumers. And in particular, there are three key benefits for consumers that drove us to do what we did. The first is to make sure that high-speed internet access is available to more consumers while ensuring that those who need support for voice service continue to get that. So we're not taking away voice service, we're adding broadband to the mix. And second is to ensure that mobility receives its due in terms of importance to the consumer experience, both voice and broadband mobile services, getting to more places and people. And together, these reforms are expected to unleash about $2 billion in benefits for consumers. That's through their wireless and their wireline long-distance service. They'll get better value, lower prices, or both. We're very excited about that. So let me walk you through what we actually did last Thursday. The Commission voted to adopt an order, and I want to give you the context. I know there's probably varying levels of familiarity with USF in the room. It's actually a four-part program, so I want to make sure you're clear which part we touched, which part we're going to touch. So I walk through that. USF altogether is an $8 billion fund, but it's, as I said, it's composed of four separate programs. It's funded through a monthly fee on phone bills. And the four programs that it funds are, first, the E-rate program, which is over $2 billion, and it's focused on connecting schools and libraries to phones and to the internet. The low-income program, which I know many of you are quite familiar with, otherwise known as Lifeline, it's now well over $1 billion, and it provides discount access to phone service. Rural healthcare, which provides up to $400 million to connect rural healthcare facilities. And the high-cost program, which is the one I'm going to be talking about today, which is currently on the order of $4.5 billion, by far the largest component of the fund. That high-cost program had a number of problems that we needed to fix, and this is what motivated us to take it on last Thursday, and for me to do without sleep for about 8 weeks straight. The broadband, which is a term of art that we use to mean high-speed internet access. So just to be very clear, that is what we're talking about, is connecting people to the internet without a dial-up connection. But what our data has shown is that there are approximately 18 million Americans, give or take, today who cannot get access to broadband. This is not that they're not choosing to buy it. This is that they don't have the choice to buy it. It's not available to them. There are also hundreds of thousands of road miles that don't have mobile voice and or broadband coverage. And this is an issue just in general for all the reasons Josh was talking about. If people are disconnected, all the impact on jobs and their quality of life, and even the prices they pay for things may be higher if they can't get online. But it's also a particular issue, I understand, to Raja's question, for the disabled, because broadband is the fundamental platform that many disabled people use to communicate. So while we're talking, to answer Raja's question, we're talking about the broadband. We're talking about the internet connection, but I understand that if you will, the order of layers has been reversed here. That is what provides the communication service. So we understand how important that is. This is a major problem that we felt the USF system should solve, but it currently, at the time before we adopted the order, was not set up to do that, because it really was focused on voice service. It was set up in the last century, and it was focused on the last century's problem, which was getting voice to everyone. Given that that problem has largely been successfully addressed, we didn't want to undo that gain, but at the same time we wanted to retarget the fund towards solving the current century's problem. And so the Commission voted last week to modernize the high-cost program into a new, what we're calling a Connect America Fund. And the goal is to ensure that all Americans have access to quality voice and broadband networks. So some of the reasons why the fund, had we not reformed it, would not have gotten us to where we need to be, is that the support was not always effectively targeted to where it was needed the most. There was waste, there was inefficiency, and some examples of that were awarding support to multiple carriers serving the same area when we all felt USF should be focused on areas where the market's not going to serve, there's not going to be any carrier without support. We supported carriers in areas where there's already somebody providing service without any support. We're awarding support to some carriers based on the costs of another carrier when their actual support needs may bear very little relation to the support needs of the incumbent carrier in that area. So there were many rules in the system that really were quite overdue for reform, and that is what the Commission did last Thursday. As probably those of you who follow this closely know, there had been many attempts to change some of those rules over the last decade, and this is the first one that finally got through. So we're very pleased to have that behind us. So the new Connect America Fund is designed to address the problems in the current system and really fundamentally change how the funds will be awarded going forward and ensure that areas with voice and broadband service today remain served, that the millions of people without broadband service today do get served, while at the same time minimizing the contribution burden on consumers. So I'll walk you through what the components of the fund, of the reform are. First thing, that there's a number of firsts in here. For the first time, we're putting the high cost program on a budget and gave it a budget of its existing size of about $4.5 billion. And the notion here is that there was enough issues with how the funds were targeted, that they weren't necessarily going towards the universal service mandate, that we felt that repurposing and changing gradually those things allowed us to support broadband without adding to the contribution burden for consumers. Second is that the fund explicitly recognizes, the reform explicitly recognizes the differences in the value of mobile and fixed broadband services, with funds dedicated to each type of broadband service. So one of the things the order does is establish a mobility fund. Here's another first. It adopted the use of reverse auctions to award support for the first time. And there's two phases to this support. The first is focused on one-time support and is targeted to upgrades to 3G in areas, 3G or 4G, in areas that have no 3G service today, and $300 million was set aside for that. A second phase is focused on ongoing support for areas that would not have service without it, and is set at $500 million per year. So that's an ongoing support program. And there's also a separate portion of Mobility Fund dollars that is dedicated to tribal areas. Connect America is also providing nearly $4 billion annually to ensure access to robust residential and business broadband service in areas that do not today or would not continue to have access absent support. And when we say residential and business, I am not meaning to diminish what we call community anchor institutions. Josh spoke quite eloquently about libraries. They are included in this picture in terms of getting locations connected. There's varieties in the details of how different types of companies receive support. I'm going to, in the interest of time, gloss over a lot of those details since I'm not sure they'd be of great interest to this audience, but I will just say that all of the support comes with obligations. You don't get money from this fund unless you're using it to support broadband, and we have rigorous enforceable obligations, clearly defined what it is a company is supposed to do with this money, and reporting requirements to show us whether they are or they're not doing it. And that is something that we paid a lot of attention to, is the accountability system here of how do we tell whether people are actually doing what they're supposed to do with the money. A third component is what we call the Remote Areas Fund. It is one of the features of universal service that the most expensive to serve areas, which are under 1% of the total locations in America, it could actually double the size of the fund because they're so costly to serve. And in terms of the thought was that we needed to be a little more creative there and to consider alternative approaches for how to get folks connected. And so we set aside $100 million for these areas, thinking that that would possibly, for example, provide a discount off of the service that's offered by either satellite or wireless, unlicensed wireless systems, otherwise known as WISPs or wireless ISPs, that are typically available in these areas. The order set aside the funds for that. The further notice that's a companion to this item seeks comment on the details of how to award the support. And one of the ideas that's floated there is that it would be a portable consumer subsidy, just like the Lifeline program, but a different, for a different purpose, but use the same basic structure as the Lifeline program. The benefits to consumers of this are obviously getting folks connected. That's clearly a benefit for the folks who get connected. It's also a benefit for the rest of us. I mean, we're all mourning the passing of Steve Jobs. Who knows where the next Steve Jobs will come from? He might come from an area that has no connection today. And we would like to ensure that all of us get the benefits of everybody being connected. The mobile broadband coverage, ensuring that we have tens of thousands of road miles where Americans live, work, and travel, that they're covered. We've made estimates that this could create 500,000 jobs related to new deployment in rural areas over 5 years, spark $700 million in annual economic benefits in rural areas from new deployment. It increases the fairness in funding to make sure that no rural communities are left behind. And it ensures the future of robust rural voice and broadband service in a changing marketplace. If I can take a few more minutes, is that okay? I want to walk you through briefly the companion to universal service reform that we did here, which is called Inter-Carrier Compensation, or ICC reform. This topic is truly a policy wonk's love, but I'm going to spare you a lot of details and simply explain that ICC is a rather Byzantine and antiquated federal state system of regulated payments between carriers for delivering phone calls. As I look around the room, I see folks who are my generation or you know, on either side of my generation, but surely some of you remember the AT&T divestiture in 1980s. Okay. In the wake of that, one of this system was actually set up at that time, so it's 25 years old, 35 years old. Is it 35 years? 84 to 20. Yeah, it's hard to believe. But in any case, it was a long time ago, and that was when the system was set up. It was a system of payments from long distance to local telephone companies. It's based on geography-based per-minute charges, and it contains a number of implicit subsidies that are fundamentally in tension with and a deterrent to the deployment of modern networks. How they're architected is very inconsistent with how things were done in 1984. And what has happened in this system is that the rates, because they contain implicit subsidies, they were above cost, and that has led folks to exploit some various loopholes in our rules, what we call arbitrage schemes. They go by very colorful names of traffic pumping or phantom traffic. But what they are is schemes that exploit loopholes in our rules to either inflate payments or avoid them, depending on which side of the payment you're on, if you know. And the hard part to understand, but the really key point to take away here, is that consumers pay for this system today. And they pay for the arbitrage and they pay for the hidden fees through their long distance rates, their wireline long distance and their wireless long distance. It's a hidden subsidy that carriers collect from other carriers' customers. And it amounts to several $billion today. So the order tackles this in two ways. First, it tackles the arbitrage by closing some loopholes that we found in our rules. And secondly, it comprehensively reforms the whole system, which by phasing down most of the rates that carriers pay each other while providing a limited and transitional opportunity for carriers to recover lost revenues from their own customers instead of other carriers' customers, which is how they do it today. And for those carriers for whom that's not sufficient, they will also be given an opportunity to recover from the Connect America Fund. And this is really all about fundamental fairness, that companies should be not living off of subsidies from other carriers' customers. The recovery is limited in time and amount. It's not 100% of the lost revenues, and that's partly because the revenues in this space are already declining due to marketplace changes. All of us are texting more and calling less, so there's less per minute revenue on phone calls. But the transitional recovery is important to provide a glide path, particularly for smaller telephone companies that have historically relied on these revenues to support their networks. Again, recovery funds are subject to obligations to provide universal voice and broadband. Specifically, I really want to focus on the protections that we adopted to limit any consumer impact from this change. First is that any charges for recovery, we call them the Access Recovery Charge, or the ARC. Any of those recovery charges to consumers are limited. Any consumer that's already paying $30 a month for their local phone service, including all the fees, will not be, there's no ARC assessed on that consumer. And that's particularly a protection for consumers in states that had already rebalanced their own intrastate access rates. For example, Alaska did this within the last few years, and when they rebalanced the long distance rates, they get higher local rates, and that we didn't want to add to that. It's already been done in those states. Let's not further burden those consumers. There were also a couple of additional protections that we adopted relative, for those of you who follow the ins and outs here, a group of industry players got together and submitted a plan to us, which they called America's Broadband Connectivity, or the ABC plan. It was very concerning to consumer groups in a number of ways. I wanted to highlight that we made a couple of very significant, we made many changes to that plan, but a couple of very significant ones that protect consumers in important ways. The first is that we ensured that the ARC would also be applied to multi-line business customers, so that the burden would be fairly shared across residential and small business customers on the one hand and big businesses on the other hand. The second is that the ARC, or the Access Recovery Charge, can only recover lost access revenue. So a company cannot impose this fee unless they actually are losing revenue from the system. Both of those factors combined, and adding to it the fact that many telephone companies face competitive pressure in their markets from typically from a cable company that's also offering phone service. We estimate that the average annual ARC on consumers would be 10 to 15 cents a month. And what that adds up to over the course of a year is actually less than the coffee that I just got during the fire drill. So, we really worked hard to ensure that any increase to consumers would be very modest. On top of that, you shouldn't look at this as a fee to consumers that's somehow hurting them, because what it is it's a rebalancing of what they pay. They currently pay that fee in long-distance rates. Those long-distance rates, costs are going to come out of those long-distance rates. And we expect, we've done some estimates, conservatively, understanding the market structure that exists, that consumers can expect to receive 3 times the amount of the ARC back to them in wireline and wireless long-distance benefits. And those benefits can come in many ways, including lower prices, more minutes. They may get, for example, a bucket that's the same price but has more minutes in it, so effectively it's a lower price per minute. Or they may get better wireless coverage as carriers use this benefit to invest in the quality of their networks, or all of the above. It's hard to predict exactly what form it will take. But I do want to also leave you with the thought that when we've done this kind of reform previously, and as I said, it has been a long time since the FCC did this reform. It's been a decade. But the last time that the FCC did this kind of access reforms over a series of orders, consumers, first of all, when we did rate reductions, consumers enjoyed an 18 to 27% reduction in their long-distance prices within the first year after the reforms took effect. And the other was the rate reductions combined with some other reforms we did on wireless tariffing, Scott will know, led to a lot of innovations in the marketplace. And while we can't predict exactly what form those will take this time around, we fully expect them to happen again. So some of the ones from the last time, just to put color on what these look like. Flat rate buckets of minutes. Most of us have that on our cell phone plans. Those didn't exist 10 years ago. All distance calling. Do any of you remember Digital One Rate the first time that came out? That was a huge deal. it eliminated pricing distinctions between local and long-distance calls. In fact, when I have to go talk about this stuff on the Hill, where all of the staffers are under 25, and I say long distance, they all look at me like, what are you talking about? So I'm glad to be in a room where people know the word long distance, but it is it's a distinction that went away about 10 years ago, and young people today don't even really understand it. So it's a mark of how much things have changed. And another is free calls to customers on the same network. All of these reforms together really fundamentally changed how consumers use their wireless phones from something you only used in an emergency to something you use every day to call anywhere in the country. Although the reform, I don't expect the innovations to take exactly that form this time around. I'm very confident that they will come. One other thought I would like to really leave you with: our reforms do not change the availability of Lifeline support. It will continue to safeguard low-income consumers, and any ARC is not being charged on a Lifeline customer. So we took great pains to make sure that Lifeline would not be affected by these reforms. So I will stop there. I know there were a couple questions from the last one. I've answered Raja's. I'm not sure if I've answered Mitzi's, but I should turn it over to Deborah for the questions, I guess, but I did want to make sure that I got a chance to answer your question.
And we will make these questions very brief. No statements, please. Brief questions also to respect the restrictions we're under as well with Sunshine. So, Mitzi?
Yeah, just the clarification was that the program as announced means that consumers have the option to select for the high cost fund that they can either sign, I'm not sure if I'm understanding this, they can either get a subsidy for low cost telephone service or a subsidy for low cost broadband service, but they cannot get both. And if that is in fact the case, do you have any cost estimates of what it would cost if you gave them the option to get both subsidies?
So that is not what the order does. So
okay.
It reflects a fundamental confusion of what we did. So let me clarify it. What high cost support is generally about is supporting networks. It does not provide a kind of a voucher or anything of that nature to consumers. The Lifeline program does, and that's coming. As Kim said, that's an issue that we're thinking about in the Lifeline context, is what can you use your subsidy for?
Okay.
In the high-cost program, generally what it's about is ensuring that a network is available to people.
Okay.
Okay. Does that help clarify?
Yes, thank you. So the Lifeline's coming still.
Lifeline's coming. Right.
Thank you. Exactly. And I just want to say to all of your staff, I'm sure this has been a tremendous amount of work, and thank you.
You're very welcome.
And hopefully you'll be able to get some sleep for the holidays.
I'm looking forward to it, I have to say.
Chris Baker.
Okay. All right. To respect
Just
the wish.
identify yourself quick.
I'm sorry. Chris Baker with AARP's Public Policy Institute. And to respect Debbie's wishes, I will not make a statement about how grateful we are for all the good work by the FCC
you can
staff.
Say that, Chris.
Oh.
I'm sure.
Can you talk as long as he wants?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But we are very grateful for all the hard work. We know this was amazing amount of work. I also won't make a statement about how long-distance rates were probably going down anyway at that time period for other reasons. But my question was, you talked about the impact for consumers in general, and that it would, probably be about the cost of a cup of coffee. But what about for those consumers that don't use wireless as much, don't use the internet? For example, older consumers, as the statistics show. What do you see as the cost impact for them?
Right. If they make long distance calls, they're going to see a net reduction in their costs.
But for those that make low volume, long distance calls.
Right. So it's the cup of coffee for those folks.
Because they're not seeing the reduction in the long distance if they're not making long distance calls.
Suppose you're a hypothetical consumer who only makes local calls, okay?
Right.
Never makes a long distance call, doesn't have a long distance calling plan, doesn't ever do that, okay? For that customer, it's the ARC, and that's the figure that I said for over the course of a year is the price of a cup of coffee. So, for anybody who makes a long distance call, though, whether it's wireless or even if it's landline only, then they're going to see corresponding benefits that offset the cup of coffee.
Thanks.
Great. Well, thank you so much. That was great clarification. Okay, so let me give you an agenda update here. What we're going to do is we're going to get back to the Media Working Group recommendation, and then we're going to break for lunch. We will have about close to 45 minutes for our lunch break as scheduled. And what Scott has been able to do is to reschedule our technology center visit during our lunch, so that what you can do is at your leisure during our lunch break, you can have lunch and then walk over. And Scott, after, why don't we do this after Barry's presentation? Scott will let you know where you need to go, so that you can do that during the lunchtime. You can go over to the tech center. And our thought was, during the morning, someone mentioned the fact that last Friday, the chairman issued awards during a ceremony for innovators in accessibility. And those devices are in the tech center. So it's not exactly only what you saw last time. We wanted you to be able to go and see the award-winning devices that are there that were developed for accessibility, and some of those innovations. So that's what you can do during lunchtime, is have lunch, mingle, as well as go over to the tech center. Okay, turning to Barry. Now, we have on the floor, we have an amendment that Dorothy had, and we were discussing friendly amendments to language. I think we have some language that has been crafted now that's acceptable. Do we want to, let's see, what are Robert's Rules of Order? Read the language. Who has the language for the amendment? Barry,
I have it.
you can carry it? Okay.
Yeah, as I was saying, during the break, we looked at the EAS item, of course, which looks at assessment of the test as it's been constructed for November 9th, but also looking toward the future. A modification to the amendment has been proposed, and I'll read it. I think the laboring order was taken by Mitzi in putting the words together, and I think we've got basically agreement on this. In subsection 1, this is basically in the third paragraph, after the words "including research targeted to persons with hearing," to insert, quote, "vision and dual sensory loss." By the way, this text has been distributed on our group email system if you have a laptop with you. There'll be an additional sentence, and this is the one that looks toward the future. The Consumer Advisory Committee further recommends that FEMA, the FCC, and their EAS partners specifically conduct targeted outreach to and design future EAS tests and information to meet the needs of the dual sensory loss community. I personally think this is a good approach. It recognizes the inherent limitations of the November 9th test, but does look to the future.
So Barry, let me see if I understand this. This is a new paragraph or is it a part of paragraph 3?
Okay, there'd be an amendment to the third paragraph, which I stated earlier, that after the phrase "including outreach targeted to persons with hearing loss," it would insert "vision and dual sensory loss." Now, there'd be an additional sentence
paragraph 2.
at the end of the recommendation that would say the Consumer Advisory Committee further recommends that FEMA, the FCC, and their EAS partners, etc. To be an additional line.
Okay. Okay, good. We've got the language, apparently.
Good.
Okay, good. All right. Do we have
Everybody agree to that, just as a friendly amendment? And we don't have to vote on it? Yes, go ahead.
we need a second first. Do we need to second this? Is this an amendment, or is this a?
This was a friendly amendment to the amendment, and if everybody's willing to agree to it, then we can vote on the amendment as
we want to have discussion.
modified.
We want to point of yes. Go ahead.
Just a point of clarification to the new language. Was that intended to track the language here? Because that one just specified in the future. This is about the future, just doing outreach to.
Right, I think that
It shouldn't track the same language, consumers, including.
Right.
Because the way Barry read it, it just applied to one group of.
Okay, I think the issue is
Consumers.
the first two paragraphs describe what the FCC and FEMA have done. So the fact is, they did not reach out to the dual sensory loss community. So there would be no change in the language because that's just what has been done. The third paragraph is the recommendation of the committee is that they specifically look at the effectiveness of its outreach efforts. And the reason why hearing disabilities was in there is because right now, if you have a hearing loss and you see the written information on the screen, it will not tell you that it is a test. So that is probably described audio. So the initial recommendation was that the FCC should look at the effectiveness of its outreach to the hearing loss community, or people with hearing disabilities is what it says. So the reason there is we know that they haven't done outreach necessarily to the dual sensory loss community, but by putting it in there, you'll at least come back and get it on the radar screen saying, oh, we didn't do that, so we should do that. And then the new sentence that's added on there, I think is specifically for the dual sensory loss community. But if you want to amend that so that it reads the same way, that in the future they should be looking at this information as to how it affects people. Okay, so if at the end of that it would say to meet the needs of consumers, particularly those with hearing, vision, and dual sensory loss disabilities.
It would all be parallel, including persons with hearing disabilities, vision, and dual sensory loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would make the language
Yeah, that'd make
parallel
it-
what you had up to now,
Right.
previous paragraph.
Right. Makes it clearer, doesn't it?
Are we ready?
Yeah, why don't you just read it one more time for everyone?
I think it's modified.
Sure.
You read it
Just
off
read it
modified.
one more time.
Okay, so the way that it would read is
The change. The change.
the new change. FEMA specifically examined, 1, the effectiveness of its outreach efforts to the public, including outreach targeted to persons with hearing, vision, and dual sensory loss disabilities. Continue to the end of the sentence. Add a new sentence. The Consumer Advisory Committee further recommends that FEMA, the FCC, and their EAS partners specifically conduct targeted outreach to and design future EAS tests and information to meet the needs of consumers, including persons with hearing, vision, and dual sensory loss disabilities.
Dorothy?
I'm sorry, I need to make some correction. When you say hearing and vision dual sensory loss, you're duplicating the definition. Dual sensory loss, that's it. Either one, hearing and vision loss or dual sensory loss, not all together.
Well, I think the issue is that there's 3 groups we're looking at: people who have a hearing loss, people who have a vision loss, and people who have both.
Oh, okay, 3 different groups. I
Correct.
get it now, okay. I'm sorry, you're having a little bit of problems with my interpretation, okay.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a consensus now?
Okay. So why don't we just take a vote on this amended language, just to be clear, because it was a little confusing. So, all those in favor of the amendment to the recommendation, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? One abstaining. Scott? Okay, now, as far as the entire recommendation, do I have to ask for further discussion?
Well, you could, sure.
Is there any further discussion on the recommendation itself?
If somebody calls the question.
Just take a vote. Okay, all those in favor of the recommendation as amended, indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Abstaining? Anyone abstaining? Okay, very good.
Adopted.
Adopted, yes, thank you. And Barry, your next recommendation.
Sure, very good. The other recommendation that we have for you today deals with the matter of providing increased, diverse sources of information, including those from broadcast stations, and including among that list, public broadcasters. Certainly the FCC has an interest in making sure that its licensees who have obligations to serve the public can do so. We had a lot of deliberation on this, lots of give and take, and we now support, all of us on our media working group, and this language right here that goes to the FCC helping to ensure, through its dealings with the Congress and others, the adequate funding of non-commercial stations, which of course are limited in their ability to garner revenues under the statute. We had, during the course of our deliberations, discovered that under the Communications Act, and this supported what our original notion was, one of the obligations of the FCC, besides regulating its licensees and various industries, is to report periodically to Congress, where it would suggest needed legislation to help further the FCC's goals, including legislation that might involve budget matters that would be assessed by the Office of Management and Budget. So jurisdictionally, this recommendation is within the scope of our CAC mandate, and we offer it for adoption.
Thank you, Barry. Do I hear a second? Irene seconds. Discussion on the amendment, on the recommendation. Claude?
Hello, this is Claude speaking, and I would like to suggest one modification, if I may, to add to the language, and this is within the second paragraph. At the end of the sentence, you say such impact will be under the natural scope and is acute in terms of the rural and tribal and native communities. And I would like to suggest that there be that you add disabilities, the disabled community, within that listing.
I think it's an excellent recommendation. As we all know that FM stations play a very large role in providing radio reading services. Most of those are non-commercial stations. It makes a great deal of sense. Sure, I think that amendment is a worthwhile one. Among the services that over-the-air broadcasting does, of course, is to help the disabled community, with specifically pointing out the fact that it's usually non-commercial FM radio stations that provide radio reading services over one of their subcarriers, although there are other technologies also used to provide radio reading. I think that amendment makes a great deal of sense, and thank you.
Yes, and also, if I may add, the reason why I wanted to add that is because that you add disabilities in there, because as you mentioned, you're talking about talking radio. So people who are blind, but as a deaf community, we are also looking at captioned radio technology. We would like that to happen, but that's not going to happen unless we get support and funding from the community broadcast arena. So thank you.
Okay.
You move the amendment, Barry?
I see no further discussion. Barry?
Yes, I move the adoption
Okay.
of the recommendation as amended.
Okay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have several. Let me do a count. 1, 2, 3. Keep your hands up. 4, 5, 6. I want to make sure I've got everybody because I've got a little. Let me stand up. It's hard for me to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Does anyone want to be named as abstaining on the?
Do we need names? I can give you them.
It's their preference.
Yes. CTIA, T-Mobile, CEA, Time Warner, Verizon, and NCTA.
Okay, got it.
They are abstaining or they objecting?
Abstaining.
Abstaining.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all. CEA, did I not mention you? Oh, do you want to speak? I'm sorry.
Just quickly, Julie Carney from CEA. I'm happy to talk to people offline. I know Dorothy just looked in awe, looked perplexed.
Okay. This is an abstention, not an opposition.
Yes, an abstention.
Thank you, Barry. Your working group has worked, so thank you for your recommendations. Okay, good work. All right, now we are at the lunchtime, and Scott is going to tell you about the library tour, and also tell them about the working groups and when they can start and where to go.
Oh, indeed. Okay. Am I on here? All right.
Everybody sit tight.
Just hang with me for just a minute here. Good work this morning, everybody. The lunch break is from 12 to 12:45 approximately. You can certainly view the Technology Experience Center exhibit, and we hope you will. They've really rearranged their schedule to accommodate this change. And they're right in our library, straight down the hall, out the door to my right. You go up 8 steps and you then keep going straight, and you will eventually dead end right into the library. And once you get in there, it's to your left in a glass enclosed bubble. If you want to go, let me know. It may be locked, the door. It's not a public space in our building, so I'm happy to help with that. Regarding the working groups, 12:45 to 2 o'clock. The locations are on your agenda, as well as how to get there. They're very close to this room, either immediately across the hall or again up those same stairs I referred to a moment ago and to your right. At 2 o'clock we will then have the first recommendation, or the only recommendation at the moment, from the USF group for consideration, followed by report backs from the working groups. Did I cover it?
Yes.
Debbie?
Yep, that sounds great. Does anyone have any questions before we break?
And lunch is always good.
Yes, lunch. Thank you again,
Order
T-Mobile.
bakery. Yes,
T-Mobile's
indeed. Thank
stepped
you.
out of the room, but thank you again, T-Mobile, for lunch. It's over here on the table here. And remember, lunch is for CAC working group. I'm sorry, CAC members and
Those working the board in the back room, and those supporting the committee's activities, namely Betty and me.
Right.
But I never eat, very rarely. Anyway, it doesn't show though, does it?
You should.
Anyway, all right, let's get off this subject.
All
Okay,
right.
very good. Yes.
We're breaking now.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Indeed. Thanks.
We're back. And we're going to start with, I seem to have lost my agenda.
With USF
We're going to start with the
recommendation.
with the USF working group's recommendations. And Celia, if you want to start off and grab a mic. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. By the way, before we start,
With the hard copy?
yes, I have hard copies of the recommendation, which is different than the one in your packet, so I'm going to pass those around. While I'm doing that, did anyone get a chance to go to the library for the... They did? Oh, good.
Away.
Oh, great.
And
Okay.
anybody that missed it, where's my mic? Anybody that missed that and wants to go back, they're staying open late for us at 4. There's people that wanted to go back and play some more. So if you want to see the tech center, it will be available later this afternoon. And this amended USF recommendation has been sent electronically. I'm sorry?
How long will it be open after the meeting? I don't think your mic is live yet.
Okay, yeah, here I am. As I go through this, I'm going to ask other of the working group members who were pretty instrumental in, first, the original draft of this, Olivia Wine, for example, and then Scott Bergman on some of the additions that you'll see in front of you in the amended version to help me explain what it is we're trying to achieve here. The Universal Service Working Group spent considerable amount of time both in conference call, 2 conference calls, and a lot of back and forth via email to come up with recommendations on eligibility for Lifeline link-up in anticipation of the next docket. Well, actually, we're thinking now it'll probably be December when this comes up before the FCC. Basically, the gist of this is really we started with the notion of one household, the one household rule. One of the, if you look, actually the meat of this starts on page 2. Scott and I have talked, and Louisa talked a little bit about whether or not the FCC has actually adopted a one per household rule yet. So we amended the language a little bit to say, if adopted, must legitimately encompass customers or consumers who are living in group homes and who are homeless. That's the target audience that we really wanted these recommendations to focus on. Another addition here in that we're looking at this first paragraph on page 2. We're recognizing that, or we're actually acknowledging that the FCC, the Commission has recognized that mobile wireless technology can facilitate Lifeline services to low-end consumers. We're hearing that a lot. I mean, that's just, it's just adding this as an affirmation in this recommendation. We will, at the bottom of page 2, we will look for updated data. We're using 208 data in this document, the original document, and we'll get the latest that we can get. I'm not sure if it's 2010 yet, but certainly 2009 data we should be able to find on uptake percentages for Lifeline link-up. So that part, and then if you go to page 3, we go into some detail here about encouraging the Commission to utilize eligibility based on a definition of household that focuses on the household as an individual or group of people living and functioning as an economic unit. This reinforces points that were made in our August 2010 comments that the CAC provided on Lifeline link-up. So a lot of what we're doing here is kind of reinforcing what we've already submitted to the Commission. The biggest changes here, and I'm going to ask Scott to kind of help me out here, is on page 5. There is language here about the adoption of, where did we put the database, Scott? I'm sorry. Can you help me out with this one here? No, Scott Bergman. Scott Bergman, I'm sorry.
Bergman. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah.
Scott Bergman from CTIA.
I assume that's what she was talking about.
What I did was to try to draw from an earlier August.
Your mic's not on, Scott.
Oh, can you all hear me now?
You got to be on a mic.
Raise your hand, Scott.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's try again.
There you go.
Am I live?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. So in this paragraph, what I tried to do was to draw from the August 2010 Consumer Advisory Council recommendation, where the committee had then recommended that the FCC consider establishing a database to help facilitate this determination of who is eligible to receive Lifeline service and who isn't. For those of you who have not spent as much time with this program, one of the big challenges that the FCC faces is trying to figure out what should be the scope of eligibility. Should it be one per household, one per residence, one per family unit? And so the edits that Cecilia talked about before are just acknowledging that the FCC has sought comment on those. And so here what we're trying to do is to provide a solution to that. Right now, when a consumer wants to receive Lifeline service, they have to prove to a service provider that they are eligible. And one of the things that this recommendation talks about is how challenging that can be, for example, in the context of a group living situation. If my wife and I live together in the same house, it's easy to tell there's one household, but if we're not married, that begs questions about whether there's one household or not one household. And so the thrust of what I've tried to add here is to acknowledge that service providers are probably not the best entities to make those sorts of decisions about when there's a household, when there's a family, when there's an economic unit. And so we would want to try and put that decision in the hands of the folks who are best qualified to make it, which I think the committee had determined in August 2010 that it's the underlying government agency who makes the decision. So again, for those of you who don't know a lot about Lifeline, the chief way that folks qualify for Lifeline service is by being eligible for some other government low-income program, like it might be LIHEAP or food stamps or a variety of other government eligibility programs. Most of those tee off of whether you're the head of household or a family unit or economic unit. And so the recommendation here in the first 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences are intended to bolster this database, or at least to ask the Commission to look at the database solution. So you see it there, but so we would simply note that adopting a 1 per household rule creates certain administrative and feasibility concerns because it places consumers in a position of having to disclose their sensitive financial or other information like housing status to service providers, and it requires service providers to analyze and make determinations about those sensitive matters. So what my edit would do would be consistent with August 2010 recommendation to encourage the Commission to consider whether a centralized database for online certification and verification would be a more appropriate and effective way to determine consumer eligibility. And again, so to note that would sort of align functional core responsibilities. The next 2 sentences are designed to lay out an alternative approach. So if the Commission, as it considers whether to do a database, decides it can't do it or isn't ready to do it, if it needs to adopt a rule here, one thing we think it could do is adopt what's been referred to as a 1 per qualifying adult rule. And the idea isn't necessarily that every member of a family would be able to get a Lifeline service, but that most of the government programs, when they determine eligibility, as I mentioned, they look at head of household, they look at family unit, they look at economic unit. And so all that a consumer would have to disclose to a service provider is, here's my documentation for why I qualify for LIHEAP or food stamps or whatever it is. And that's all the service provider would have to look at, rather than, as I said, trying to make those sorts of determinations about whether I and my unmarried living companions form a household or an economic unit. So I know these are very complicated issues, and so I apologize for bringing it to the group here today as opposed to having it all ironed out. I know the FCC is wrestling with these questions, but wanted to offer this up because I think it addresses an important consumer issue and something that I think could improve the program. So thanks for considering.
As a point of providing another view of this recommendation, I'd like Olivia to kind of give her perspective on these proposed changes or additions to the recommendation.
Is it on? Okay. Yep. I'm Olivia Wine, National Consumer Law Center, and I appreciate the hard work of the folks that pulled this together and in prior consumer advisory committees that came up with the earlier recommendations. I just want to give a little additional context. The 1 per residential household as an economic unit is also offered up in contrast to another FCC proposal that's live, which is tying the Lifeline benefit to a unique residential street address. So the reason why this ex parte sort of emphasizes very much not focusing on the housing status, but focusing on the household, or, in the alternative, the adult individual, is that should be it. When you're determining eligibility, you look at the individual or individuals as the economic unit, but not whether or not they live in a brick and mortar structure with a unique street address, because that discriminates against people who rely on the P.O. boxes, folks in group housing, folks that may be doubled up because of the economic situation. In terms of the other, so everything until page 5, I think we wouldn't consider controversial at all. There's some concerns a little bit about the centralized database and the need for one. I think the existing Lifeline program and the way it's structured does still have some of these very same problems, where the carrier does have to administer the application process in many of the states. So that's an existing problem with the program design. Our concern is cost. Creating a huge database that sort of can capture whether or not a household is a current recipient of LIHEAP or food stamps or whatever is a monumental endeavor. It will be very expensive. And then the upkeep, maintaining and keeping that data current will be very, very expensive. And our concern is that it seems to us, reading the tea leaves, that there's a great emphasis on not increasing the cost of the universal service programs that charge on everybody's bill. And so we've seen the high cost fund get a cap, where we know that there's a proposal to cap Lifeline as a possibility. So our concern is that, you know, if we're proposing this huge mega database, that sort of eats into the number of people that can get a Lifeline benefit, and that's a very serious concern of ours. We do think that it is very appropriate to look at ways to simplify enrollment processes and verification. For example, being able to self-certify program eligibility in other states, we do know, like for example in California, you can self-certify eligibility for Lifeline by checking the box saying I'm a recipient of food stamps, and then the administrator verifies that you are in fact receiving food stamps through a random audit of applications. So there are other ways to sort of minimize the barrier of entry from the consumer point of view. From the carrier point of view, if there were some similar way to rely on a third-party administrator, that's an option out there. I mean, so all I'm saying is that there are other models out there aside from the large database to simplify this process. So our concern is that it's just very costly. So I think that this may be an area where there may not be consensus on the Universal Service Committee, but a great sensitivity to the underlying problems and finding solutions to them.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you. As I was looking through this and thinking about it, I do have concerns too about the cost. The data cited here is that 21 million. I guess that's the broadband issue. But if we look at the number of folks that were available and eligible under the plan, to me that seems like it's the largest problem itself, is that we have people who are eligible or who aren't taking part in the plan. And what we're suggesting here is we're refocusing to expanding the plan to go from households to adults. And so we have to keep in mind that this is a well-intentioned plan, but ultimately other consumers will have to pay for it as it's cross-charged through the way the program generally works. What I take notice here on page 5 is on the top, the first sentence says, the CAC notes that adopting a one per household rule creates administrative and feasibility concerns, and it explains that the database might help with that. I think the database is a good idea if it can be, if there's a way to get that done with reasonable costs. But I think what that helps you do, though, it helps solve one of the problems, because you can easily match an eligible consumer to an address. So you solve the problem of having services provided to multiple services at the same address. So I think what we need to do, I think the database idea is a good idea, but I think we need to think about trying to balance the availability of the program with costs. And so my concern then is is, yes, I like the idea of the database, but I'm not quite sure that we should look to expand at this time the eligibility rather than instead I think we should target those who are eligible today and not using the program.
I see Scott.
Am I live? Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, great. Everyone can hear me? So I guess a couple of really good comments, and I think I don't disagree, I think, with what either of you all said about cost. I think that's something we definitely want to be careful about. I think one of our goals actually with the database would be to try to help improve the structure of the program and allow the commission to better detect things like duplicate subscriptions. So I think our sense is that this might actually be a more cost-effective way of administering the program. But I think capturing that concern that we tried to capture the same language that was in the August 2010 recommendation by saying, consider whether a database would be more appropriate. Maybe one potential way of addressing that would be to say, and whether it would be more cost-effective. So to look at that question of cost, because I think that's an absolutely great point. We certainly don't want to unnecessarily increase the cost of the program. And as to expanding who is eligible to participate, I had not intended these edits to increase the scope of to change it one way or the other, to expand it or to decrease who is eligible to participate. So if folks think the language does, happy to work with folks to work to revise it, because that wasn't the intent. It was merely to capture, to the extent that the working group was trying to capture one per household, to recognize that there's some difficult issues in determining what is a household. But I recognize these are complex issues, but as I mentioned, hopefully you could capture both of those points.
I recognized Chris Baker before, and then Cecilia and Olivia. Chris?
Let's see. Can you hear me? There you go.
Yeah, there you are.
So I guess mine's more of a question in response to Steve. I mean, a wireless device is different than a landline, and a wireless device is more of a personal device than a landline household phone. And if you're allowing if the Lifeline serves now wireless as well, doesn't that sort of, if you're sticking with the household definition, then you're contracting the benefits of, I mean, and obviously wireless is here to stay, that's, no question. But by limiting the definition of who's eligible to household, aren't you constricting the benefits to, you're limiting the benefits without, at the cost of people who need it.
Respond to that, Cecilia.
Well, I wanted to make 2 points. First, I wanted to kind of reconfirm what Scott was saying, is that the intention of these recommendations from the very beginning was to clarify eligibility and to make sure that that targeted populations such as people in group homes and the homeless are not left out. That of course is going to have the impact of expanding who's going to participate, but we feel very strongly that those targeted populations really need, the FCC needs to make concerted effort to include them in the potential recipients of Lifeline Link Up. That's number one. Number two, this is a question probably for Olivia. If we were to add language here that says the cost of such database not be drawn from current Lifeline Link Up funds, does that help alleviate the concern that frankly I share, that the creation of a database may draw money from funds that were really intended to provide this Lifeline Link Up support, low-income support to low-income people?
That language would help. There are other privacy issues, and I just wanted to answer Chris's question. Yes, very much so. The one per household as an economic unit could be a household of one, could be a household of four. It was sort of a compromise position to recognize Lifeline in the default states has programmatic eligibility as well as income eligibility, and those other federal programs use more of that household as a one economic unit. They're looking at the resources of the household, so if I'm applying for food stamps or heating assistance. So it was to be consistent with the other federal programs so that someday like syncing them up would be a little bit easier in states that want to move more towards automatic enrollment of programs. I also just wanted to caution where we are with this database notion that even with those programs that qualify a household for Lifeline right now in many states, those states don't have common databases. So, I mean, this is really a Herculean task. I mean, to ask, for example, all 50 state LIHEAP programs to then sort of plug in their information in a database is not cheap, and they're not going to want to do it out of the LIHEAP budget. And so, I mean, really, how you pay for this and how you maintain it so that it's timely, so that if I just got my LIHEAP benefit and then I apply for Lifeline, but I'm denied because that data has not been inputted in a timely manner, is an added step. So it has its wrinkles to it. And I just, you know, if we go this path, I just want us to do it with our eyes open as to what all these barriers are, how much it could cost, what it would take to create and maintain. I just urge caution and to reaffirm that certainly within the low income grassroots groups, there is already concern about existing databases and inputting data there with privacy, and so there's chafing. So I know that databases in general can be a touchy issue. Just going in with our eyes open is all I'm asking.
Mitsu.
So I guess I have a couple initial, because I don't really follow this proceeding as in depth, so just a couple background questions so I understand this. One, what you're saying is you would want to recommend that they use a database, but such a database doesn't currently exist.
There isn't concurrence on the recommendation to use a database. There's a split.
Okay, all right. So then the second question I have is, right now, does the USF fund provide subsidies for both wireline and wireless?
Yes. It
Okay.
can go, it depends on whether or not the state has approved the wireless as an ETC or the FCC has, but yes, in many places for sure.
So is there a consensus that in a home where you have a wireline phone, that even if you have a group home, you would not need more than one subsidy, but if you are talking about a wireless phone, then you may need to have more than one wireless home per address?
For example, in the past, the Lifeline program, when it was a wireline program, if you were in group housing situations, a lot of times you weren't allowed to get your own wireline connection. I think it was the liability. They just didn't want to be on the hook for phone charges when that person left. The entrance of the wireless Lifeline phone, though, has opened doors. It has made Lifeline more of a possibility for folks in group homes, but the barrier has now become the one per unique residential street address. That is a live issue. So the first person who applies for Lifeline in the group home can get the phone, but the second person in the group home to apply for the Lifeline phone with that same address is blocked.
So would it make more sense than to narrow it to in cases where Lifeline subsidies are permitted for wireless phones, that those be linked to individuals and not to addresses?
It's a possibility, but it's one that for the administrator would pose like a lot of complications, like to explain that program, to develop the enrollment forms, to track two different types of eligibility. You know, it's almost then you create a separate program.
So then is there consensus that overall you should make the recommendation of moving away from address-based eligibility and moving it into these other more robust definitions based on income eligibility.
Focusing on people instead of the housing structure was the main intent behind this recommendation, really. That was the original thrust. If it's not clear, we can retool it. But I believe to move away from relying on one lifeline per unique residential street address was the intent, so that you can get to people who use a post office box number or a post office on a rural route or, in group housing or homeless.
So
in shelters, domestic violence shelters, etc.
Okay, so I'm not sure what we're necessarily being asked to do today as a group, but I think that fleshing out the idea of people who may be in a domestic violence shelter, in something else, is a better and more understandable than talking about people who are homeless. Because when you look at the homeless, it sort of becomes more complicated, and if you don't have an address, how do I know where to provide service, or how do I reach you and contact you? But if what you're really looking at is group homes, people who are in transitory housing situations, or people who use P.O. boxes, that on page 2, that where you've got the middle of the first paragraph where you have people living in group homes or who are homeless, that there may be something like shared or transitory homes may do it. Adding some language in here where you're specifically talking about people who use P.O. boxes, maybe in transitory things, would be useful. And if you don't have consensus on the database, is there a need to put it in the document? I mean, if it's just complicating it and what you really want to focus on the group home issue, my sort of feeling is it doesn't have to be the only recommendation you make, that you might be better off just
bifurcating.
Yes.
I'm serious by timing.
Oh.
And our comments.
Yeah, the working group's aware of it. I mean, I mentioned it in the working group, but how do you want to proceed?
I think that I'd like to move that we adopt the recommendation with the exception of the reference to the database in just in respect to the dissension that's emerging on that I think it would be easier. So what we would do then is on page 5, we'll alter this to remove the language that relates to the database, and that
It's underlined.
yeah.
Is all of that?
That's probably the cleanest.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make one quick comment?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Louisa?
I'm just wondering if another solution would be just to add the comment that, any such database should not reduce the monies otherwise made available, or reduce monies made available for Lifeline link-up support. So you basically say, we think this is something to explore, but in doing so, it shouldn't be something that would reduce the monies made available for support.
Sounds like there are broader issues, though, about how a database would be created and administered, and I'm not sure we can resolve those today.
Yeah.
I mean, it may be a good idea to explore this further and have it be a point of discussion for the working group and how to craft something going forward. I think it's still something that it needs to be addressed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my motion would.
I think you have a motion.
Yes.
Motion, second motion, second to the recommendation as it is without the underlined.
On page 5.
On page 5.
Can I get a quick clarification now on what the motion is?
Michael?
I don't know if it'll come up here on mic here, but this is just applying to the current program and not the broadband pilot program?
Right, just the current.
Okay, just wanted to make sure on that. Thank you.
Can I ask that, is the goal on page 2, there's a note in here to look for updated statistics?
Yes.
Are we voting on that this would be, they would be revised? Okay.
With the updated stats.
Okay. And then, can I just ask, because I wasn't clear, is the issue, just aside from the recommendation, is the issue that there are people who are eligible who aren't using the service, or the issue is that the rules exclude them?
The rules exclude them.
Both. I think it's both, isn't it?
I would think the rules exclude them, but also some people just don't know. Yeah.
So we have a motion. Do I hear a second? Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the recommendation? Say aye. Opposed? We have 2 opposed. Verizon, do you want to be identified? Verizon and Steve Posiak with the American Consumer Institute. Any abstentions? Okay, we have Fernando Time Warner Cable, Scott Bergman, CTIA, and Michael Scott. You can? I had 3 abstentions, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Cecilia. All right. We do have a speaker. I'm wondering if, do we want to do our other working group reports really quickly, or go to?
I would suggest we submit those online, because we've got Tom waiting, and we're going to have Karen at
Let's see if
3:05.
we have time to go to them, we will. I know that the other working groups probably have short reports to give. If we have 10 minutes in our schedule before we adjourn, we will get to those, I promise. But we do have our, our next speaker here, Tom Beers, to update us on an issue that we've talked about today and that's happening next week, the emergency alert system test. So thank you, Tom. Come on up. Encore, right over here would be great. Tom is Chief Data Officer. Oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong thing. My eyes went down. Chief of the Policy Division, Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau.
So are all these working? This doesn't seem to be. Is this turned on?
It's on. It's on.
Okay, all right. So, hello to everybody, and it's nice to be here again. I was at your last meeting and gave you a report on the proposed at that time in EAS nationwide test, first one that we're going to do, and you very kindly invited me back to give you an update at this session. May I ask in advance, how many of you were here for my presentation last time?
I think most of us.
Good. Oh, excellent. So I don't have to go over a lot of old material. As you know, we're on the final countdown, the last 5 days for the test, which will take place this coming Wednesday at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. I might say that we are at this point in time very, very busy for the final day preparation of the test. And the advantage of that is that I didn't have a lot of time to prepare remarks for you today, so you'll get me at probably my highest frankness level, which hopefully will be useful, and that's that. So what I want to say really is I want to begin by saying thank you, because we had done a really, I think, a very good job working with FEMA setting up the test architecture for the November 9th event. Things were moving forward very well as far as our outreach to EAS participants. We had actually, and those are the companies that will be involved. And remember, again, this is going to involve broadcasters, radio and TV, cable companies, satellite programming distributors, wireline video distributors like Fios and Uverse. It's not going to involve your cell phones. Scott Bergman breathes a sigh of relief every time I say that. It's not going to involve a takeover of the power grid, which is what we're beginning to hear on right-wing radio. It's not going to do any of those things, but it will for all of those other facilities, whatever you're watching or listening to. There will be an interruption in programming starting at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday. And during that time, there will be certain information presented visually and through audio means. Now, the first thing I have to announce, if you all haven't heard it already, is that the test was originally designed to be 3 minutes. That means that for 3 minutes, everybody's telephone, or television rather, not telephone, please strike that, don't hear that, don't listen to it, don't remember it. Everybody's television, radio, et cetera, would be carrying this test message. And remember from my presentation last time, because we're testing this down nationwide from Maine basically out to Hawaii, and we're testing it as a way to test the nationwide presidential alert. We've got to use the nationwide code, the EAN. So to do that, the bottom line is that was going to open up these channels and hold them for 3 minutes while this information was presented. But because of the nature of this test and the necessary use of that code, a very limited amount of visual information was going to be presented as a scroll down at the bottom of the screen. And that limited visual information basically would say, after you heard that initial annoying squawk, you know, the bap, 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 that information would say there has been a national activation, or the national PEP has activated the national emergency alert. And that would be it. And that information would be repeated. And it couldn't be altered because of, frankly, the very primitive nature of the system architecture and the system technology. That obviously presented a problem for deaf and hearing impaired Americans, because if they were watching television, for example, on that day, and there wasn't visual information that presented itself as informing them that a test was occurring, they might very well interpret this as an actual national emergency. Well, you all helped us address that problem by outreach, not just by publicizing the event of the national test, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, but also by specifically working with the EAS participant companies, the broadcasters, the cable companies, and the rest, to develop solutions to this problem. The solutions aren't perfect. The test is going to come on Wednesday. We expect that many, if not most, broadcasters, perhaps all broadcasters, will be able to post a screen, a visual screen, during the test that will inform folks that this event is in fact a test. But we expect there are a number of cable operations that will not be able to do that, and they will not be able to present anything like a screen during the actual test. Well, we've been working with the cable industry very, very, very helpfully and usefully. They've stepped up to the plate. And from cable system to cable system, we've got commitments from them to assist us in our outreach to make more information available about the test in advance of the test. And in some cases, maybe I can say at this point, many cases, commitments and the ability to deliver visual messages immediately before the test occurs, that a test of the emergency alert system is going to be coming down the pike immediately following that visual message. That outreach and solving that problem, you know, I directly attribute to the involvement of people and organizations, some of whom are represented around this table. You brought those issues to our attention, and you caused us to identify these issues as a priority. And again, although we don't have perfect solutions for purposes of the national test, the nationwide test on Wednesday, November 9th, we're in a much better place than we were a month and a half ago. And I think it was a month and a half ago that we last met. Outreach hasn't simply gone to address that issue. Outreach has gone to address generally informing the public in an informative way about why the test is being conducted and when the test is being conducted, and to prepare them for the fact that this test event is in fact only a test. We prepared here at the Commission video and audio public service announcements, 30-second and 15-second announcements, and we distributed them to the National Association of Broadcasters. Some of those announcements were presented in Spanish as well as in English. Some of those announcements were in fact signed. Unfortunately, but fortunately, and I'll explain the unfortunately but fortunately in just a split second, the signed version, 30-second messages and the English and Spanish 30-second PSAs had to be withdrawn this week because we changed a fundamental parameter of the test, we and FEMA, and made that announcement the day before yesterday. That is to say, the originally scheduled 3-minute test is now going to be a 30-second test. We did that for a couple of reasons. First of all, we determined that not just deaf and hearing impaired people, but an awful lot of people could misinterpret a 3-minute event. Okay? So your message got through to us on that very basic level, and working with FEMA, we designed a revised test that we think will yield us valuable information, which we will collect both before, during, and about a month after the test from the test participants. But it will be only a 30-second window that'll be triggered on November 9th, starting at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So that was a big deal. Unfortunately, since our 30-second PSAs, public service announcements, all mentioned a 3-minute test, we had to pull them. And we had to pull them at the beginning of this week when this decision was made, and because we have a lead time of a little over 3 weeks in putting together new PSAs of any kind of variety, we're not going to have new 30-second PSAs out in time in advance of the national test. However, the good news is that the 15-second PSAs, which did not mention the length of the test, are still available. And the other good news is I have to report, I'm very pleased to report, that the EAS participant community, broadcasters, cable operators, the satellite providers, satellite service providers, the wireline video providers like UVerse and FiOS really stepped up to the plate and helped us. And I have seen over the last several weeks individually produced PSAs by broadcasters and others in different parts of this country, most of which, or many of which, have been provided to the National Association of Broadcasters, who have posted them at their website for use by other broadcasters, cable TV types, and the rest. And as I say, it's not just broadcasters that have stepped up to the mark on this. We've gotten significant commitments from the cable industry and those other EAS participants to get the word out in advance of the test, and that's happening. Just today, I received word that CNBC and MSNBC, for example, are going to be running specific event notifications by scroll in the period of time just immediately before the test. So that should help us address the remaining concerns we have, especially with the deaf and hearing impaired community. But let's be honest here, that this doesn't concern the deaf and hearing impaired community. There are lots of hearing abled consumers out there who may very well have the sound of their video boxes turned off at the time the test occurs, and if they don't see something immediately before or during the test, they're likely to be misinformed as well. So I think we've made a great deal of progress, but this is all, I'm not going to say all because I'm going to take credit for some of it, but a lot of this is due to the work you guys have done and frankly your feedback to us, and we encourage that feedback to continue. We've made a lot of information available not only at our website but in information bursts. I know Scott and company did after our last meeting. We've updated that information pretty religiously at our website. Other EAS participant folks, the broadcasters and the rest, have done the same. What I urge you to understand today, and I understand that there are going to be recommendations voted, if you haven't already voted those recommendations, and I've heard about what's in those recommendations. I have to say, I'm really, really thrilled to hear about those recommendations, because what I believe those recommendations are going to direct us to do is to work with you guys going forward in future cases of tests, and we're happy to do that. I mean, you're an incredible source of information for assistance for us. I want to say this, however, as well. The test is going to happen on Wednesday. Now it's going to be 30 seconds. It's going to come and it's going to go. We think it's going to be a success. Going forward, the test is not the biggest problem that consumers face with the emergency alert system. The problem of the emergency alert system from a consumer perspective is that scroll at the bottom of your screen contains such a limited amount of visual information. Whether you're hearing impaired or whether you're not hearing impaired, The bottom line is that scroll, if you're relying on that scroll to give you information about a developing emergency, that scrolled information is simply inadequate. The traditional EAS does not have a way of making that situation better, of improving that situation. But the good news is that starting in June of next year, we are moving to the first phase of our introduction of next generation EAS alerting architecture, which will involve the participation by all EAS participants in what's known as the Common Alerting Protocol, which will allow us to open up that scroll and make it possible to more closely parallel the richness and detail of information that is presented by the audio message going on during the test in the video scroll. That's step one. We're opening up a rulemaking sometime over the next, well, actually, we've got a rulemaking open now, but we're going to be moving into implementing the procedures for CAP compliance between January or February and June. And that, as I said, is only stage one. After that, we're going to have a number of events next year concerning the further development of next generation alerting. And because of your participation in this event, I want to say, and forgive me if this sounds almost too obvious, I invite you to participate in those proceedings. I invite you to participate in those events, because when we're considering the future parameters of architecture for a nationwide alerting system, including the EAS, we want to know what you're thinking. We want to know what your needs are, and we want to take those needs into account. But what my basic message for you today is the test is coming on Wednesday. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your input. Thanks for all the things we've been able to do to prepare for that test, and work with us in the months ahead. And final message on this EAS thing, remember that the EAS itself is designed only to be, at this point, a fallback system of last resort. Next generation alerting includes architectures and alerting opportunities that are simply not available now, but will begin to be available next year. For example, when Scott Bergman and others begin to participate in the CMAS program, which will bring alerts to cell phones, and that itself is only one of many developing programs. All of this is very exciting. We're going to have events next year that are going to bring in lots of conversation about next generation alerting. I sincerely invite you to work with us, to continue to participate with us, bring your concerns to the table, bring your ideas to the table, and help us make this and these systems work for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom. We're going to have to, we are now behind, I'm so sorry, but we're going to have to move right to our next speaker.
With frankness, you also get loquacity. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Fernando, did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Karen might be able to answer, she says, because Karen's working her show. So we'll make room for a question from Fernando gets the first question. Sorry about that. All right, Fernando.
Karen, Fernando LaGuardia from Time Warner Cable. Karen, you and I talked about this before offline, but with respect to the PSAs, is it the Commission or FEMA's recommendation that PSAs containing the 3-minute description of the test be pulled and no longer run?
Just Karen, you know, actually there apparently may be some video. I say maybe, I haven't checked, I can double check, but I think that there are some videos out there that don't mention the number of the original, what Fernando is asking is that the original videos created by the Commission mentioned the 3-minute time period, but just now, a little while ago, the White House sent out a blurb and they attached a link, and somebody has told me that the link is to a video that does not mention the time. So let me double check that and I could forward it to you. We're not taking a position on what you want to do with the other videos. We haven't taken any formal position on whether or not you should still disseminate them. But
Okay,
ho-
I guess
hopefully-
that was, you answered my second question, which is whether there was a substitute for the PSAs that refer to a 3-minute test, and the answer to that is there may be.
There may be a substitute. We are not in a position to create.
I thought he said there was a 15-second PSA substitute.
Yes, he did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Captioned and American Sign Language also, or just?
Do not, is it? Maybe then that may be the one that's linked to the White House document. So
It would, okay, it would be helpful if you
to
found it to send it to NCTA and to us and to others. Thanks.
We'll get that info for you, yeah, and just double check that, but I thought he said there was
Right.
one.
I'll go up right after this, check the link, and that's probably what they're referring to, and I'll forward it to you.
Great, thanks.
Well, why don't we have Karen speak and then?
Actually, Greg's going to be doing
Oh,
this presentation.
Well, thank you both for being here. Greg Ellen is Chief Data Officer, and we appreciate your being here, and Karen, both of you, for your participation this afternoon. I'm sorry we're now at the twilight hour here of our meeting, but thank you so much for being here to talk to us about the Accessibility Clearinghouse. I think that's what you're going to be talking about, so thank you so much.
Am I live? Oh, great. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I joined the FCC about 1.5 years ago, and I was previously had done a little bit of work at United Cerebral Palsy. So I'm kind of new into government and very excited to be doing this project that I'm going to talk to you about. So obviously, the FCC is dedicated to ensuring that all Americans have access, full access to our nation's communication revolution. And the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act put into motion new requirements to ensure that everyone has access to the developing communications wonders and excitement, et cetera. Now, part of those requirements included the creation of an accessibility clearinghouse to be available on the FCC's website. It officially launched last week. We had it up. We were required to launch it in October by the statute, and we had it online in October. And it has over 2,000 listings inside of the clearinghouse, which we've launched which we have so far, with an intention to include many more. Examples include mobile phones, apps, and various assistive technologies, and some other resources that are on the web. And we have various links to accessibility websites, including national organizations, service providers, equipment manufacturer, contact information, and fact sheets. So I'm going to give you just a little bit of a background and introduction, then give you more than I have, and then give a tour of the website, and then be available to answer some questions. I'll try to make the tour relatively quick, answer some questions, and while we're doing the questions, talk a little bit about how we develop this further and how we include feedback and things like that. So our goal is to, do you want to go ahead and begin to move to the website? Thank you very much. So we have a link on the homepage to it right now, but one path to get to it is through our tools and data link on the menu. So I'm on the homepage of fcc.gov right now. From the main menu, I'm in tools, and I'm going into, I'm clicking on the tools link. I'm getting a login page. Hold on for a second. I got a little bit of a network connection there. So one of the applications listed on the tool page is the Accessibility Clearinghouse. And the Accessibility Clearinghouse also has a URL of apps.fcc.gov/accessibility clearinghouse. So our goal is to have the clearinghouse be more than a website. It's a tool that we hope will enable and foster better communications throughout the accessibility community. All of the data that we have in here is actually available through web service APIs. One of the requirements in the Act is that we make the information available via the website and other means. So in addition to fact sheets, the idea of having the information available, when I say API, what I really mean is a machine-readable web service so that other people can get the information and include it on their websites, or create mobile applications or other applications with this information. So we think rather than just have people link to our page, the idea that they could come get the data that we've aggregated here and include it is a way of getting the information out to more communities and in forms that will be useful to them. We also worked fairly hard in designing it to maintain, in designing automation into the system so that we could easily include new types of data and we could maintain the currency of that data. We've tried to build a website that's very automated. I will try to show you some of that. We also engaged a number of outside organizations to get feedback into how this might look, what information we should include, and how we can improve it in the future, and we'll keep doing it. So I'm on the homepage of the Accessibility Clearinghouse right now. On the right side, we have a number of links to fact sheets, to programs and initiatives, to disability organizations, and some other directories. We also have a link about the clearinghouse itself. We describe a little bit, we have a link to inclusion criteria that describes what we're putting inside the clearinghouse and what we're not putting inside. And we have, of course, the usage disclaimer, etc. You'll notice that we have tried to organize the resources by disability category. Those categories that we have are blind and visually impaired, cognitive disabilities, deaf-blind disability, hearing, language, and speech disabilities, mobility and physical disabilities. Part of our thinking of organizing this information this way is that we expect more people to use the site than maybe an individual who has a disability. It might be a friend, it might be other professionals, it might be other organizations that are trying to understand. So we wanted to try to group the resources in a way that would be helpful for all parties to find. So I'm going to drill into the hearing, language, and speech kind of grouping. All of these different categories look the same as what I'm showing you. So I'm on the hearing, language, and speech disability page, and we have 3 columns of information. So one column is the product and services column, another is the apps and assistive technologies, and the third is related information. So under the products and services, we have some more quick links. We have about 4 links, one to mobile phones, one to telecommunications service providers, telecommunications equipment manufacturers, which I just clicked on. And anyway, you can see we're now that I'm on the telecommunications equipment manufacturers page, what we've done, so the first one listed is Research in Motion, and what we've tried to do is where we have it available, provide the convenience link to the accessibility email and the relevant party to contact for accessibility aspects. So we're trying to provide a faster way for people to get that information, or to find the right people to talk to. I'm going to go back. Under apps and assistive technologies, I'm going to click on the View Apps and Other Assistive Technologies. Similar listing, we have 104 that are kind of related to this particular category. .NET Accessibility Analysis Kit, A List Apart, A-Prompt, Able Data, Access Apps, so they're sorted in alphabetical order. And under the related information, we have things like fact sheets. Many of these are the fact sheets that we have here at the FCC, programs, initiatives that we've gathered from other places, veteran resources, children and parent resources, senior citizen resources, and other directories. I'm now going to take you into the mobile phones. The product that we are going to be building out other products. The product that we started with is mobile phone. We worked with the Mobile Manufacturers Forum to use a collection of over 400 phones that they have gathered and profiled each of those phones according to over 100 features that are relevant to different types of different aspects of accessibility, such as, will it speak the text message? What is the hack rating? How easy is the battery to change? What is the form factor of it? So they already prepared this data. So from a organizational perspective, this is kind of exciting that we did not create a new data collection or a new rule making. We actually went out and we found some data that was available, and we pulled it into our site so that we actually have it. Some of this required working with the mobile manufacturer so that they put a license on their data, which allowed us to use the data, which is exciting because it means that other people can actually go use that data as well according to their license. So we have on the right side right now, I can filter by manufacturer or I can filter by region. By default, we've already selected North America because we think most of the users will be North America. And that kind of brings the list of phones down to about 200. I'm going to go ahead and just pick the first phone here, an Alcatel Mobile. We have a photo of what the phone looks like. We have some product details, a link to the manufacturer page, the physical features of the phone, which again, as I was describing, such as anti-slip features. Yes, this does have anti-slip. Does it have a backlight for the keypad? Yes, it does. And these different features are grouped together according to the different disability categories. So while we just have mobile phones right now, we hope to extend this model, the same model where we find a party, find authoritative source or a credible source that has the information and is able to provide it to us. Right now, I've learned that, for example, right now, RIM is not part of mobile manufacturers, but they will be adding their devices to it, so we will be picking it up that way. And we have the ability to include information we get from other sources. To some extent, let me see if I have. I think I've touched on pretty much all of the basic aspect of it. I'm going to go back to the home page, and on the home page on the right side, we have a link where people can discuss how we might improve the clearinghouse, where we're using a service where people can add their ideas. It's called Idea Scale, and people can actually vote on other people's ideas that are added, so that we would be able to see which ideas people are really asking for. So we have that mechanism of feedback. I think, Karen, is there anything that you would like to add?
The only thing I would like to add, just one.
You're not on the mic.
Yeah. Okay. This is Karen. The only quick thing is that, as Greg mentioned, we're hoping to actually expand this. This covers Title I of the Act, which is communications access, but we've had some discussions with, for example, CEA and other entities, and we're hoping to expand it to video programming eventually as well.
Great. Excellent. Does anyone have any questions for either Karen or Greg? I saw Stephen, oh my goodness, so many cards. Stephen, Fernando, Michael, Claude, and Paul. Stephen.
Just briefly, I just think that this is an excellent service you're providing. I just commend you on it. I think it really provides information to consumers to help them with their market decisions, and thank you very much.
Terrific. I'm going to leave right now. I'm heading out the door.
Well, we can ask for more comments like that first.
But I wanted to go out on top. I like Tony La Rosa, so this is.
Fernando.
Thank you. Hello?
Give it a try now.
Hello? There you are. Thanks, Greg. I visited the site recently also, and would echo what Steve said, that it's a great project. I did note that my company and other cable operators had not yet been included, even though we offer telecommunications services, and so I took steps to make sure that we would be listed, because we do. But I think the process for including companies needs to be made clear to the industry. There are a lot of companies there, but there are also a lot of companies not there. And at some point, people will find out and start asking, well, why aren't you listed?
Yes.
And I think the reason should be, because we don't know about it, but then that's another reason to get out in front of it and tell people.
Yes. Obviously, outreach is a very important thing, for a very important aspect for us to pursue, as well as including as much information. We have the statutory requirement to include a very wide range of information in the clearinghouse. As the Chief Data Officer, I've seen in other situations how hard it is to maintain a quality directory as it grows larger and larger. So we did make a choice to not try to get all the information in it right away, but to build a system which we felt we'd be able to support in the long term without scaling costs. So and also the fact that we have something that people can look at and can say, this is how our information should be included, and how do we do other things. I actually was very much an advocate of, let's make sure that we have something to look at for these conversations, as opposed to having a lot of arm waving in the abstract of how do we go about doing it. So I think that we're entering the phase, now that we've launched it, we have to figure out, and I'm really interested in hearing from the CAC, how can we maintain how can we do this and manage this over the long run? I don't think that we want to be in a situation where it ends up arbitrarily on a person's desk at the FCC. We have a variety of skill sets at the FCC to help with it, but I think that this will be, we wanted to make this available as a community resource, and finding a way where we have a lot of participation on the outreach side and kind of on the long-term editorial management side. And how do we do that? And I guess maybe we do just do that ourselves here at the FCC, but what are the mechanisms for pursuing that?
Okay. Michael?
Yeah, just on the mobile phone page, which I thought looked great, there were, I didn't know this, and maybe this is because I haven't seen the website yet, but I didn't see a category just for which carriers were providing X phone, and or where consumers could purchase that phone if it was compatible with a specific carrier. Maybe I need to post it on the link there about improvements if it's not there. But
well, so that's right. The which carriers provide which phones is a level of complexity, because it's a level of complexity of which carriers have the phones. But I think that has come up before. I also think, in terms of the general question, where can consumers buy this information? We really need the CAC's advice on how to incorporate that information as a part of this application. As a government agency, there's always a concern that when we point to individual retail outlets, that we may be preferencing one outlet over another. So in an early prototype, we kind of looked at, you could buy this phone at Best Buy or other things like that. But we actually, we need some guidance on different ways where we might be able to include that information. If it should be listed on this website or listed by someone else that we link to, because there's always a sensitivity around that. And I hope I'm not trying to pun on these questions. I'm trying to lay out that we need solid feedback in.
No, and that's great, and I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. Paul, I'm sorry, Claude is next.
Yes, this is Claude, and I just want to say that my jaw's on the table right now. I'm just stunned. I'm so impressed with your website, really. And I just want to reinforce what Michael has just mentioned here. Really hoping to see eventually in the future that it'll be where the phone and pagers are matched with the carriers. And not only that, but also what service plans are included with the devices. Consumers are really frustrated because they'll go to a particular vendor to get something to see what's being offered there, but they don't really have a full picture. So in a way that you're presenting it, it would be nice if I could see which company is providing which phone, and then I also know what service plan is there, and I'll know, will I be within that coverage area where I live? Does that apply to that? All of that information in there. So there's a lot of different issues that we look for. And if you could cover all of those, that would really just cut right to the chase for the consumers. And I know that the FCC needs to remain neutral. However, that kind of information is really important. I know that the consumer organizations would be more than happy to help you with that kind of things. And offline meetings, we can have discussions, we can brainstorm about what's going to work. I certainly respect the limitations that you're under, but that information would be extremely helpful.
Having the CAC's assistance organizing outreach and meetings with the groups around this question of more incorporation of end user information would be very helpful. Having strong guidance and a message of the importance of that would be as incorporated would be very helpful. In creating web service APIs, what we've at least been able to do is make sure that this information is available so that someone else might be able to make an application where that information is brought together if we ourselves can't do it or face some challenges. I think a personal goal that I have or fantasy is that carriers themselves will see this information as being available and incorporate it in their computer system so it's available to their sales staff to help them understand the products that they have and how it might work for a particular individual with a particular need.
Thank you. I think Paul's next. Paul, and then Mia. I have Raja, Mitsu, and then Clayton. And then I think we'll probably be done with our questions at that point.
Paul Schrader, AFB. I guess kudos to you for getting this done as well as the many other things that have been developed under this Communications and Video Accessibility Act. Apropos of this issue of end user and consumer involvement, I'm wondering how consumers or organizations can have best way to have input into the site. I don't want to suggest that industry would out and out fabricate a comment on their product, but I might suggest that there sometimes is a bit of truth stretching or some lack of knowledge. My favorite example being a company who was proud of the fact that their phone would speak a text message when it was received. That was great. Most of us aren't really actually holding our phone up for the moment when a text message might be received. But when on questioning, they indicated, well, there was no way to actually reread that text message, or even worse, if you didn't catch all the words to navigate through. What was that word? And what was that abbreviation? And what did that mean? So, yeah, was that phone technically accessible? Maybe by some rendering of the statute, but certainly not by any meaningful understanding of accessibility. So my question to you is, how can we best provide input and feedback on issues like that where there perhaps is unclarity or incorrect and incomplete information about products?
Well, do you, the tools that are available to us, I think obviously are getting together physically as a group. And I would like to schedule some meetings that we do that. I think that there's always the traditional kind of email feedback about it. And we did set up the discussion areas, but so I would kind of say, before we go on to another question, what works, Paul, what do you think works well? What do you think the next step might be? Because I think that now that we've launched, it's here, we're all in the room together, I would love to kind of figure out what is the next thing to do is to schedule a meeting? Is the next thing for maybe the CAC to schedule a group of people and we come and sit in on that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think this could be an item that we discuss at the CAC or within some of the work groups that have particular interest in it. Crowdsourcing, trusted intermediaries, things of that sort might be a useful way to help ensure that you're culling responsible information and in a form that can actually be added into a database. I get that there's a lot of challenges involved in just out-and-out crowdsourcing,
Karen,
something like this.
You were out of the room, but Paul's question was, how can we begin to move forward to incorporate more feedback? And I was just saying, do we have a meeting? Do we, what did you want to?
You're talking about crowdsourcing parsing and getting feedback from consumers, Paul?
And figuring out, and just figuring out how we set up some ongoing, I mean, because it's easy to set up a suggestion box, but how do we know that we're making, that we're...
One of the things that the Act actually requires is outreach. This is one of the only, I think it may be the only area in the CVAA where we are specifically directed to conduct outreach. So we basically, what you have here is the product of an amazing team of people led by Greg that have put together in just unbelievably a tight period of time the paradigm and the infrastructure of something that's going to get better and better. I mean, we kind of see this as our first phase. We needed to meet the deadline. Again, we met it, which was October 8th, to get the clearinghouse up, but this is just the first in what we're going to be considering a multi-phase project, which will include getting more input from the community. So we did have extensive meetings with members of the community as well as various federal agencies, but I think that what I'd like to see is us develop an outreach plan,
right?
Which we have not done yet, because all of our attention was just in terms of getting this up. So the outreach that we conducted was really designed to just pull together the first phase of this. So now we'll turn around and focus on reaching out.
So we have responsibility to develop an outreach and go do outreach because of our requirement to engage and participate. If an individual organization or a group of organizations put together a meeting to do some planning around this, I will be there in a heartbeat, and we will be there from the FCC. I think that a shape of a meeting like that, I'd love to see it be more than an hour, see it be a half a day or something like that, where we could really talk through different ideas, take a break, have lunch, come back and think some more. I'd also like to see some developers at that meeting in addition to decision makers, because I think that it's often the developers who can, they're the ones inside of an organization that can say, yes, we can do this, this is how we go about implementing a particular path. So I think not just having some of the decision makers or the leading advocates, but having some implementers in the room for a several-hour meeting would allow us to really walk through different things, explore stuff, and then we could come back and make some prototypes or some mock-ups and pursue that. I think there was a... Oh, so there's still the kid. Great.
Hi, Mia Martinez. First of all, it's really a great initiative what you're doing, and I just wanted to make a comment on your outreach. When you do the outreach, I hope you would take into consideration those groups who would definitely be benefited from this program, but who don't even know about the existence of the program. So, if you can, of course, maximize the use of the ethnic media, for example, or perhaps even organizations who have direct contacts with these groups, that would be great.
So I'm getting the feeling like a little bit of a roadshow would probably be pretty useful, just to go to different small groups, show it off as a part of something, and exposure.
In a sense, because unfortunately there are a lot of groups who would definitely benefit from this initiative, but don't even know what the FCC is, for example.
Right.
So yeah, it would be great to consider.
I love to talk,
yeah.
by the way. So I'm, if I have an excuse to go somewhere and show a couple slides and point at a website, there's always people here at the FCC that are willing to do it, and I'm certainly willing to do it, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Raja? Yes, this is Raja speaking.
And then identify who you're with, too, because I don't know if you can see your card from there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Raja, and I'm with the Rochester Institute of Technology.
Thank you.
And I wanted to say that I like the one-stop shopping idea of the website, particularly with all of the accessibility issues there. And I also like the idea of it be promoted through Twitter and other social medias, it's easier, more easily accessible through specific communities that way. And I've done research myself. One of the things that I think is nice is if we could search by keyword. A lot of times you type something into a field and it takes you to the right link or the right page if you have that option to search by keyword. I'd also like to see more use of icons paralleled with the words. So folks that aren't particularly strong in English, whether it may not be their first language. So if you have, your homepage, you could have a picture of a house, or if you're talking about the particular devices, you could have a picture of telephones, that kind of thing, something that would be easy for people to access. And I don't know if it's economically possible, but it would be nice to see something like data plan comparison for individuals who are trying to make that decision. Anybody with a disability who might struggle to make it otherwise, it would be, if that's possible, that would be great.
Thank you.
Good suggestions.
Those are very good suggestions. There are some other efforts afoot at the FCC to improve search, and some new search tools that we're bringing in, which will, over the course of this year, hopefully be applied to this website. So for things like keyword search and some other items. I agree with you about more use of icons. I'd like to see more icons across the FCC website. So I'll take that back. I guess I'd like to put it out there. Interns are actually very easy for us at the FCC. And I think that the Accessibility Clearinghouse is an application where if we had one or two interns that were interested from a technological or editorial or content point of view, we could put that to very good use, and that's easy for us to do. So if anyone at RIT, perhaps, or other places, developer or content person, it'd be great to have some interns working on that, and that's one of our goals for this year.
Clayton? There you go.
Clayton Lewis, Coleman Institute. So I want to join the chorus of appreciation. This is really a terrific piece of work, and I wanted to underscore one aspect of it that, Greg, that you mentioned, but just to hope that everyone really gets this. So this isn't just a website. It's an information facility that can be accessed from other people's information facilities and websites. So with respect to many of the things people would like to see added here, the option exists that, as I understand it, any organization can create its own customized and augmented view of this information. So if anyone wants to include consumer reviews and comments of a form that the FCC itself might not be comfortable for whatever reason including, it's open to any advocacy group, for example, who wanted to provide that, to have a view of this information customized in that way and augmented in that way, which I think is an enormous step forward over really anything that's been done before.
Thank you very much. It's actually been one of my frustrations that there's been so many government websites that have produced information around accessibility in different aspects of employment and other things, and nobody is sharing that information except to have it on their website. What we're both referring to is on the right side there's a little link that says API. So I'm going to show you something that is really makes sense to another developer. So I just clicked on that link, and what you're seeing is what's referred to as XML, Extended Markup Language. This is the,
yeah, we don't see it.
sorry, could you put the computer screen on? Sorry. Thank you very much. So on all of our pages, we have a little link that says API. Well, I'm going to click that API link, and now it's basically the same page of information, except it's highly structured so that another computer can read this information, that you can program and read this information in. Now, I'm just going to quickly mention all of the information here is essentially available via an API. There are some licensing considerations that we have to deal with, and we're still working out the licensing with the phones at this moment. But all of our information, most of our listings are available in this way, and the conversation and the goal is that basically anything that is in the clearinghouse will be available for further federation and reuse by anybody else in exactly the way that Clayton was describing.
That currently is or is not the case?
Well, everything that we don't have the mobile phones as an API at this moment, but you can, and we're still, it's their first time that they're publishing a machine-readable feed, so they have a feed. They have a license that allows other people to use that information. Their feed is not perfect yet, and there's some technical licensing stuff that isn't worth going into at the moment, but basically, because this is a learning experience, we are working with them to make it reusable and more reusable. But I just want to, I don't want to spoil the party, but there is a little, I don't want people to go to it and say, oh, but it's not available about this. So, but my experience working on the internet for a period of time is that the notion of sharing your information, allowing other websites to embed your information, even though we all experience it now, where we see it on YouTube being embedded on our Facebook pages, or we see information being shared, every industry, every community that begins to do that goes through a learning curve of what does it mean to share my information, to put it out there, how do I still maintain its integrity, and we're still in that, and likewise, how do I consume it and use it, what's okay, and we're still in that learning curve within this community of information.
And
but we're leading the fight.
Thank you. And we have one final quick question from Mitsu.
I want to say thank you. This is a really valuable resource. And building on what Clayton said, adding you have a website right now that allows people to put ideas and to vote, get input, allowing user reviews that are similar to the type that you would see on Amazon. Product reviews would allow people to put their experience out there. It may be a good thing for the interns. I know that CTIA has had a big month with the bill shock, but if they could provide either on their website, their product websites, links to the FCC site, if the FCC can make the product specification reviews available in a printable format, in stores, they could have those product information. They could pull down the ones for the phones that they sell. That information is out there, or even a flyer that tells people you can go to this site to find it. Having creation of, people mentioned an icon, some kind of icon where you can put on a website that tells you, oh, if you want to find out information about accessibility, those kinds of things, click on this icon and it will give you this wealth of information. And then having the innovation awards that you've got on there, having a link and putting that information up there.
Right, cross promote.
And then I'm curious whether it's the Video Accessibility Act as well. Is there a plan to roll out information for the same kinds of features for set-top boxes, televisions? And I would say that as part of the digital television transition, there was a wealth of information developed about the accessibility and usability of features, closed captions and otherwise, that was developed in that proceeding, and it was in a similar format to what you've got presented here.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we are planning on ultimately expanding it to video programming devices. We're not there yet, but we will. You talked about including reviewer comments, and we're still debating that. Just because it's so staff intensive, you kind of have to screen them to make sure that they're appropriate. But it's something that we've talked about. We're not ruling it out. Again, being able to use it in another venue may be the solution, somebody else providing that on their websites or through their clearinghouses. But I also want to comment on one thing that you said, which is that CTIA should have a link to us, because it's actually sort of the reverse. Actually, a ton of our work was premised on what CTIA did. We put out a challenge in July of 2010 for the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act for CTIA to create an accessible website that had a clearinghouse of information about its products and services. And that's exactly what they did, and it's at accesswireless.org. And we actually linked to that. So actually what you see in this website is where this clearinghouse is in large part owing, and we actually gave CTIA an award for that the other day at the the Chairman's Awards for the Advancement in Accessibility. So I just wanted to make that clear in public that we've thanked you at virtually every event that you've attended, or that Matt Gerst or Dane Snowden or one of you has gone to, and we thank you again. Because we really did jump off your work. I mean, it was a huge help.
If I could say from the consumer from the consumer perspective, they typically go to the provider pages, not to CTIA. And just as an example, I pulled up the T-Mobile phone site, having a link that's on the place where you would go to shop for products. So it's either the website for the phone right, company and the products they offer, or in their stores. That's a simple link to, if you want to find out information about accessibility features, there's a little icon in it or something, and it links back, or here's the flyer in the store that gives you the address, or here's the product specs that are in there. And on the user feature, the only thing I say this as a representative from a government agency, and so I know the struggle you have both on the staff and the somewhat reluctance to just kind of let it fly. But you have a site in which you're already doing that. You have the ability to have people post and flag comments that they think are inappropriate. And you can also give the ability for people to say whether they like or don't like or found reviews helpful. So I would just encourage you that, particularly since the majority of the people for whom this information will be beneficial have different hearing and vision and mobility capabilities than the people writing the rules. It's very important to be proactive in getting their feedback, and user reviews are one way to do that.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Karen for a moment. And Scott was right. We didn't get out early. And I'm going to just need a little of your time after Karen speaks as well. So Karen, just...
Okay, thank you. Very quickly. Anyway, first, thank you. Thank you for your comments. I definitely understand where you're coming from. I just wanted to let you know that on December 5th and 6th, we're having a major event here, which actually Paul is participating in, and Claude, and I don't know if anybody else in Clayton. It's called the M-Enabling Summit, and it is an international event that we will be having about 200 or so, at least that's what I'm told, at least delegates from all over the country. They're coming here to talk about wireless accessibility of mobile devices. In the morning on December 5th, we're going to have panel discussions here. The chairman will be here, Commissioner Kops, I believe, will be here, and various other people around the table. We welcome you to come. It's a free event in the morning of the 5th, in the afternoon of the 6th, of the 5th, and all day on the 6th. We will be over at the Gaylord Hotel. And then on the 7th, we're having a separate event on broadband and people with disabilities. Again, from an international perspective, I have some flyers here, and anybody that would like them, please let me know, and I will give them out to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karen, and thank you, Greg, for your time. Thank you so much. I need to ask, even though as I look around the room, I don't think it is the case. Is there anyone here from the public who wants to make any comment? Okay. Thank you. Before we adjourn, I do want to give, we have a few minutes, and I do want to give just a few minutes to the Broadband Working Group and the Disability Working Group for you to just give us a couple, can you give us 2 minutes each on your working group's discussions? If you could just, say some of the issues that you're looking at. Chris, do you want to tee us up there, or Mark?
I'll let Mark.
Hi, Mark DeFalco, the Broadband Working Group. Had an interesting meeting. They're always interesting when we have a call or a meeting, but we started off, which was really based on, is that on? There it goes. We started off, which was really based on a straw poll that Chris had put together, identifying the topic we chose to address first, which was the consumer issues related to the National Broadband Plan. But when we got into our discussion, which is usually the case, there's just so many issues and places to go. So the things we came up with, or at least the things that received the most discussion in our work group session, the first one was to try to find out a little bit more about the Connect to Compete group, and we had that discussion with Josh this morning. We'd like to find out a little bit more about that and find a way that maybe we could take the broadband group and try to get together with that, or at least become part of it, and find out a little bit more of how that will all work together. Second thing that came up was asking the FCC to see if we could get an idea of upcoming proceedings so that we would be able to provide input in a more timely manner, because we are, our group is not made up of a real lot of hardcore telecom regulatory type folks, and it would be good just to know what proceedings are coming down the road so we would know what we could weigh in on and where that might go. The third thing we talked about was it would be very nice if bandwidth recommendations were put out with applications. And what was meant by that was something like you could go and buy a game that you would use on your computer and maybe use for gaming on the internet, and it might tell you what you need in terms of your computer speed, your RAM, and your memory, but it doesn't necessarily tell you what kind of a broadband connection you would need to be able to play the game. So it would be good if there was a way of finding out what the bandwidth requirements would be for different applications. The fourth thing we talked about was the need to keep website listings relative to the broadband adoption and the National Broadband Plan, keeping those website materials up to date, because some of them have a tendency to become outdated, and then they're a little bit harder to use. The fifth thing we talked about was collecting available data and putting these in one location. Kind of lots of information's out there, but maybe if we could find a location where we could put current data so it's accessible to everybody, something like a links to all the studies that are out there. It was mentioned that the Benton Foundation has something out there which would, maybe could be used to facilitate that. And then the last thing the work group mentioned was in navigating the new web page at the FCC. There's a little bit of difficulty, and one of the things that was mentioned was there is no link to the CAC from the home page, and that would be nice if that was there. So where we're going to go from here is we're going to put together the actual written minutes of the discussion, and then we will have a follow-up conference call to try to drill down to one or two good issues to pursue toward a recommendation.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Chris, and thank you, working group. I look forward to your further discussions. Now, Paul, big challenge of the day. It's 1 minute to 4. But thank you. I know your group met today, so tell us about your issues.
Thanks. We did have a very good discussion in the disability work group today. I wish I had thought to do this as a work group, but we should certainly commend publicly, as we did in our group, the work of CGB and the Disability Rights Office. 4 rules done under the Communications and Video Accessibility Act on time, and extensive rules, plus some associated NPRMs, as well as the clearinghouse. That's a remarkable record of accomplishment and one deserving of praise. And as I said, if I thought to put that forward as a recommendation for this group, I wish I had, because it would be nice to come from this full committee. We talked about several captioning items that are under review, caption quality, and which will find its way into a rulemaking as part of the work on internet. We also discussed issues related to the deaf-blind program and some concerns expressed about from the work group members about the need for training of trainers within that program. That was something that the FCC opted not to include based on the funding and some concerns about statutory authority, that they indicated as a pilot program, and they will continue to look at that issue to see if that is the lack of training for trainers for deafblind equipment is an issue. Communication facilitator is something that will also be looked at, specific to relay and on a proposed rule that will be coming out there. We talked about mergers, and I do think that this is something we will probably want to bring back to the Consumer Advisory Committee to make sure that disability issues receive appropriate attention as public interest issues in the merger area when telecom and tech companies are merging. And we also talked about expertise. We had an extensive conversation about staffing on disability issues at the FCC, some concerns expressed from the community about the need for more expertise, particularly in the blindness and vision impairment area. We met a new staff person that was kind of cool, who does have that expertise, and also talked about other staffing attempts, particularly where there is opportunities to hire staff, mostly on a temporary basis at this point. And then last, we touched on the hearing aid compatibility, and that also is being addressed, the new issues addressed around that in addition to the advanced communication services. Last thing, I suspect that we will be also wanting to revisit Connect to Compete to strengthen disability access encouragement within that structure. We're looking at a couple of teleconferences, and I imagine we'll have something on the agenda for February.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. That was a great and quick report. Appreciate that. A couple things before we adjourn. One, I passed around a sign-in sheet. Has anyone seen that by any chance? I passed it around, and it did not, and this side of the table apparently did not see it. Chris, did you sign in? You did. Okay, so somewhere it broke down there. Mark, is it somewhere? Okay, so there's a bottleneck somewhere around there. Let's see if we can find it over there, and then move it forward. Thank you all. This was a great session. We are going to probably meet again sometime. We're figuring in February. Is that right, Scott? And we're going to work on that date. We'll try and get that going and move that forward as soon as we can. Have we looked at any prospective dates yet for availability of the room?
I don't have any dates at the moment.
Okay.
But we'll do that very shortly.
Okay, we'll be pushing those forward. Okay, excellent. We'll be pushing those out shortly. I know that Fridays are probably better days of the week we have found for some folks, but we know we never find the ideal date. So Thursdays, Fridays, or end of the week are generally a little bit better than other days. So we'll try and get prospective days out to folks as soon as possible. Meanwhile, working groups, keep up the great work. We are so appreciative of what you've done so far and the great discussions that have been held today as well. So thank you all for that work. And did you have your hand up there, Mitsu?
Yeah, I just going to suggest that maybe people just send the dates that don't work for February.
Yeah, well, we can try that. It's just if we get about 14 unavailable dates in the month of February. I don't. The biggest problem I can tell you is that we need to meet in this room, and as Scott will tell me, he'll come back and tell me that there are 3 available dates in the month of February. So we will be rather limited. So we may not be able to work as much around your schedule as it will be the availability of this room. That's usually what we're limited to. So we were going to try and be creative and possibly hold the meeting close to the meeting of the regulatory utility commissioners who come to Washington in February. We thought there might be some advantage there. They bring in a host of all sorts of interesting speakers at that time, including the state commissioners themselves. So that's a possibility if that timing works out for this meeting room. So we'll see. That's in relatively early in February. We also want to make sure we give enough time to all of you to work on the new recommendations that you might want to offer to the full committee. So we'll get back to you as soon as we can. So thank you, everybody, for coming today and for all your great work. We'll see you soon.
And Debbie, if people want to do the another tour of the tech center, we can do that now.
Excellent.
They will be available for a while.
Yeah, thank you, Scott.